Oh, muted mic. I forgot to unmute. Mm-hmm. What? And now it is time for this. Now let's see who's in the chat. Hello, our family. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I was muted. I was muted hardcore. There's so much planned for today, you would not believe. We are going to start with a game, of course, because it's our duty. We have a demo to finish. Hello, Lisa is a blogger. It feels like it's been a while since you've been here. It feels like it has been a while, but maybe it hasn't. Has it been a while? Or am I imagining everything? Is it all in my mind? Hello, Bill Portley. We all doing excellent because we are going to discuss super serious topics today. It's going to be like you would not believe. Oh, okay. I knew it. I knew I could read your feelings. I knew I understood your heart. All right. Here we go. Hello. Yes, hello, Maya Mayar. Let's go. How do I talk to... Wait, I cannot talk to... They won't talk to me. Excuse me. Mercenaries. Yes? Call me Anton. I am the resident doctor. We've been waiting for you. I understand how difficult this job is, and the sacrifices you mercenaries have had to make. But that's why you're here, right? To finish the job. Right, that's what we're here for. This may be your last chance. Once the mutant flowers begin pollinating, the decay levels will spike, rendering the forest impossible to enter for another while. For another while? That's so weird. Hello, Greater Rain. mutant flowers. Can you explain what our task is? You must head into the Plague Forest to retrieve the heart of Malfajay, hive mind of the mutant flowers. Its heart will be used to create a potent antidote for decay, enough to last the village several years. In destroying Malfajay, its spawn too will perish, and decay levels will stabilize to a manageable rate, at least until... Never mind. To the east is the Plagued Forest. Please make haste, or haste. I will await you on the return path. Remember, Malphage is just another corrupted bioform. Sorry, I was just mumbling to myself. Poor Dr. Anton. It said that she was the first to be turned into a specter. Then other baleful creatures began to appear. What a thing. Their dried flower hanging from the houses are to ward off ills. Unfortunately, there aren't many flowers left around these parts. Is this the Ursid Forest? Oh my gosh! Did you see that? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm watching that part, the series on Christian. I'm not episode 46. I don't know. Kiwi Farms was, wow, yeah. Of course, that is what originated the whole awful thing. That's right. This is what happens when a group of people that have nothing to do in their life obsess over a person. Kiwi Farms is born. How sad, how pathetic. Quite honestly. Oh. By getting their host to drop them. Heavens, it's suffocating. These plants are all mutated. Is it because of the decay? Yes, exposure to decay damages all bioforms, flora, fauna, and Magitech. Bioforms grow weak as they are poisoned and gradually mutate into vectors that further propagate the spread of decay. Corpses reanimated by decay become specters. Do specters possess consciousness? It's possible. They've been known to act in intelligent, calculated ways that transcend basic instincts. Perhaps akin to how we Magitech are given essence through mana, decay provides something similar to the specters. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Wow, how amazing. Hello, Musei257. You are from Germany? And you saw a cat. How are you? Is the game too loud? Yeah, I feel bad for them as well, I have to say. So you were recommended this stream, yeah? I will tell you. I do history, games, art. I also do languages. So consider liking the stream, subscribing to the channel, and also consider joining this page from which you can do many other things, like use special emotes. Style combo trick shot. After aerial backflip using Orbitar's basic shot shows additional daggers that inflict. Huh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh yeah, we got a new thing. I like your books in the background. It makes me calm. Sorry for my... No, that's okay. I'm from Poland. So, you know. We all do our best to speak English, you know? Oh my gosh. What the heck? I'm poisoned. Uh-oh. And thank you. I'm poisoned all the time. It's new, it's just a demo, it's not out yet. So it's no wonder you have not seen it yet. Ah, thank you, Lisa Blogger. Thank you. As always, consider subscribing to your favorite streamer. Style combo tornado. When combo rank is A or above, tornado spin will allow. Damn. Do you think if Chris grew up in a normal family, they would have been on a roll later in life? Although this game's music is great. I think that the upbringing contributed a lot to what happened. Yeah, I do think so. You know? Apparently, his father was a real bigot, and that's how Christian got all the bigoted beliefs from, you know? A lot of the bigotry came from the father, apparently. Combo rank. Increase combo rank by using varied attacks. Using the same attack repeatedly will decrease combo rank. Oh. Oh no. Sometimes I feel like my coworker is kind of like Christian is upsetting. Oh. That's not good. How do I get here? Hello, Dr. Yagi. Hello. How are you? As you can see, we're playing the best game in the universe. We have so much to talk about today. We have so much to cover. You'll be surprised. Alright! This game is called Tevi or Tevai, depending on the... But I'm pretty sure it's Tevi. It's just a demo. The game's not out yet. The game won't be out for a while. It is. Oh. I need more ingredients. Ay ay ay! We're almost dead! Yeah, it's really good music. What? Oh wow. Blah 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 blah. Oh wow. Money! A magazine, excellent. What the hell? I don't know what EP is. I died. In the same way, religious and somewhat disciplined, I get the impression too. They've repeated the lights from lips of takeout can play weird. Okay. I think it allows me to continue. What a forgiving demo. We are growing in skill. Oh. God damn it. Money! Almost dead again. This is a difficult area. Oh my gosh. Okay, this place is difficult, Gigglers. Why does this happen? Rest in peace. All right. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh! I do like the sub sandwich. I should get them sometime, you know? It's worth. Oh my gosh, I fell. As you can see, I'm trying to avoid dying. Uh-oh. No, no! Oh my god. Okay, we need to do something. We're in trouble. We're gonna avoid the money for now. What? Oh, the spores. Is Subway in Poland? Subway in Poland is pretty good, yeah. It's basically, you just compose a sandwich of a type of meat. You don't even have to have meat, and a ton of vegetables and some spices. Wait, I'm gonna show you how it looks like in Poland. Actually, I'm gonna show you how it looks like in Poland. Because why not, right? Why not show you how it looks like in Poland? So in Poland, they look basically like, I mean, like this. This is how they look like in Poland. Maybe they're similar or identical to the US. We'll see. Where's the... Oh, there we go. What the hell? That is so weird. Oh god, I'm trying to... I guess I'm just gonna show you the Google thing. Yeah, it's my starter tab. It's my starter tab for... It triggers... Tashi Mleczko actually triggers OBS recognizing the browser. Believe it or not. So basically it looks like this. It's probably the same in the US, right? It's the same in the US, right? Basically. Or no? Same? Same deal, basically. Yeah, basically. Although I don't know if you can have all the same veggies, but yeah. We got like grilled chicken, turkey, szynka, which I'm not sure how to translate, Italian BMT, veggie delight, szynka plus turkey, chicken. You got teriyaki chicken. I got those meatballs sort of things. There's a choice. Yeah, there's a choice. It's definitely a choice in the Subway. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, one thing that might differ is the quality of the bread. But who knows? Maybe even that's pretty similar. I already broke my fast. I wasn't strong enough, okay? Listen, Shakespeare told me to ease into it. Okay? Shakespeare told me to ease into it, so I broke it during the day. Oh god. Okay, I'm going back to the city. Because it's Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. So you're supposed to fast. Oh. Oh. Oh, nice. Yom Kippur is a Jewish holiday that is tied to the New Year, where your fate is decided. You being written into the book of life. Yeah, but Jewish year is this month. Wait, you didn't know? You didn't see me celebrate? You didn't see me celebrate Jewish New Year? Yeah, I think Shakespeare is right too. So I tried to ease into it. I fasted as much as I could and I sort of, you know. Interesting. Yeah, we're... I'm pretty sure technically speaking on Yom Kippur you also should not be using electricity or streaming, but... Did I die? But if I don't stream, I can't live, you know? Because it's my job. Yeah, because if I don't stream, I cannot live. I depend on streaming for my life. Wait. Sliding! How do you slide? Oh my god. Finally. Are you seeing this? Now we're doing it. That's so cool. Oh. Oh, it won't work. Yeah, and under no scrum says, yeah, and under no scrum says it okay to fast it would result in harm. Reminds me of the Yom Kippur episode of Heaven. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, because children needs sustenance. Because children need more sustenance, right? I think it's more than just about hunger. Not every... I think it's a nice thing to do if you are, like, committed. Oh god. Right. Wait, can we cheat? I died. But yeah, unfortunately I'm just easing into it, so as I said, I broke it during the day. But I think I'm somewhat forgiven. Oh, on the 1st of next month, Yiddish begins. Did you know? Did you know this? Did you know this about me? My feelings? Next month, we shall be starting our wonderful journey into learning Yiddish. Isn't that wonderful? Teleport. Okay, a little off topic, what do you think are skills of high value man nobody knows about? Like, I love it, but what do you think are skills of a high value man nobody knows about? Like manipulation, etc. Why would manipulation be a skill of a high value man? Do you think that manipulation is a skill of a high value man? What does value mean? If it's represented by manipulation. Hello, not here. I'm going to go to a real life course. I could use Duolingo, but Warsaw has a Yiddish center. It's called Yiddish Land, and they will start teaching Yiddish from the 1st of next month. So I'll be going to a real life course. That's right. A Yiddish center started by a very wonderful person called Gouda Tenzer. Yeah, there will be a fee, but it's worth it. Trust me. Please trust me. Yeah. It is worth it. Oh wait, not here. If you're out of work, then why are you not, you know what I mean? Do you? I'm not sure. Probably 100 or 200 what? Which is like, I think it might be $25 or $40. That's right. You know? It's gonna be awesome. This will be wholesome and awesome. Oh. Nothing's useful here. What do you know? If it's 20, but then Wi-Fi. Yeah. Oh, you're heading home. Duolingo sucks for Japanese and Chinese from what I've seen at least. Manipulation leads to growing up power dynamics in an established community. Yeah, but it's used you're using people, so you're only high value to yourself basically. So you're not really high value if the only value that is provided is to yourself. Because that is literally what manipulation is. You're only high value to yourself. Which is useless as far as high value goes. What else should we add to the skills of a high valued man? Stealing without being caught. What else? So we have manipulation. We're counting down the skills of a valuable man. Manipulation, stealing without being caught, being able to assassinate someone without being caught. That you also would, I guess, count on this wonderful list of skills of a high value man. What else? Oh yeah, cheating without being caught. That's right. That's right. Who could forget about cheating without getting caught? That's right. How could I forget about the most valuable of skills? I mean, let's be serious, right? Or maybe we should define what value means. High midichlorian count. I genuinely don't know if we're supposed to be serious and say, oh, a high value man is a man that manipulates others. You know? Because we might as well go into the territory of a high value man is a man that cheats and does not get caught. Double jump would be. I don't know what high value means. I actually don't know neither. Neither do I actually. High value. So yes, that's a good point. What does high value mean? So, billionaires are basically high value men to you. Because they're at the top of the leaderboard. Is Elon Musk a high value man in your opinion? I could give different examples, but I'd be accused of being vouch and comparing everything to Nazis. You know? So I'm not gonna do that. Maybe I will. Yeah, but that doesn't make him high value, in my opinion. Because by that, okay, I'm gonna go there. By that logic, Hitler was a high-value man. At which point, I'm not even sure if it's even worth being a high-value man, quote-unquote. If the term applies to people like Hitler or Stalin. Maybe being confident, but I suppose being confident is a good quality for everyone, depending on what your confidence is. Oh wow, I've not been here before. A high-value man. It is worth to define value here and ask the question, value to whom? True, Karasu! Also, manipulation is actually always bad because manipulation is using people. And persuasion is not the same as manipulation, just so we are clear. Persuasion is not the same as manipulation. Yeah, the manipulation is by definition negative, correct, yeah. Honestly, you can tell. Okay, honestly, you can call it a high value. I hope you get what I mean. Now you could argue that certain people are better to be manipulated. Like I can imagine a scenario where that is good. Like manipulating a person to kill an innocent person. I have to see this. To not kill an innocent person. Yeah, I guess. But I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd call it manipulation. I think I would call it persuasion sooner than manipulation, but... Because I'm pretty sure that manipulation has this connotation of doing something that is negative to the manipulated person's interest. Yeah, but you're talking about a different type of manipulation. Because there is a difference between manipulation and persuasion. Manipulation, persuasion, difference. Persuade, to prevail on a person to do something as by advising or urging, to induce to believe by appealing to reason or understanding. Manipulate, to manage to influence skillfully, especially as in an unfair manner, to adapt or change, to suit one's purpose or advantage. Wait, what does that last sentence mean, Devash? For mentally... What? Thank you. Wait, this cannot be the first time that you're seeing them. That's impossible. Like that's... I've always had these bookshelves. Life isn't just fights. Or so what fights are you talking about? It's kind of weird to place value on people like that, treating making relationship with people like a business. True. Yeah, I agree with Karasu. Karasu is wise. Karasu knows what's up, understands the power of giggling. Need to gather ingredients. Yeah? This was my father's office, more or less. I guess this was where my father worked before he died. But my father was not a professor. True. F that Planapur is speaking to you. No, it's like you are in work and got into office politics. You have to win, and using manipulations we can. I'm gonna be quite honest. I worked at an office, and engaging in politics in office politics is usually an extremely pathetic affair. It's worth engaging in office politics is usually just much more of a waste of time than you might think. This is my honest opinion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say this. As a person that has worked in an office politics is a waste of time. But you already defined whose value it is. Yours. There's a thing that benefits you, and from the advantage you define good. You already accept the game. That you need to fight in that place and beat others. Yeah, that's basically what I said earlier, Karasu. That a man that manipulates is basically only high value to himself, you know? And I don't really value men that are only high value to themselves, you know? That's not really high value if a man is only high value to himself. Yeah. I had workplace fights and the entire project suffer. In fact, it got set back by a year. Wait, what is your country? If it's okay to ask. Wait, where are you from? If it's okay to ask that. Damn. I would not beat myself playing a game if that is there. But I would not say it is a good thing either. Yeah. India. Interesting. I really cannot speak of India. I wish Boy Meets Mini was here. If Boy Meets Mini was here, then we could actually have a conversation. But I don't know much about how workplace relations work in India. You might say you're not in a position to change and you have to keep on the game to survive. Maybe you even have to be manipulative time to time to save something important to you. Okay, all corruption there, muscle power, political influence. To deal with that, I think I must learn persuasion. I mean, persuasion is not exactly the same as manipulation. Just always keep in mind, who do you do good for? Yeah, I think that's important. Oh my gosh. Ninja is getting a worse place. My Caroline friends complain a lot. Like I have to manipulate the bad guys only. I mean, I guess that would be like this extreme case. You know? Yeah, that's true. I guess I really wish we would define what high value means, what we mean by high value, you know? Like, Musk claims his to fight wokeism. True, and I already say, Elon Musk is definitely not a high value man in my opinion. And so he harms so many by that. Harms, yeah. Like even in our school, colleges, we have children that are bullies because their dad has power and teacher can do a shit to them. It's so bad here. I'm sure he justifies he is doing the good fight and he's manipulating things for the good. Yeah. I think you should, I don't know, sometimes it's easier said than done. But I could very well be say, oh, I live in this hardcore far-right country. Far-right is in charge. So I guess the only thing I can do is like sort of lay low and, you know, and learn to manipulate the situation. Me neither, to be honest. You know? Given my pedigree, given my history, I guess in my opinion, although I know it's easier said than done, but in my opinion, it's best to fight for things to change. You know? Even though it might sound, I don't know, simplistic to say that, but I think it's valuable to fight for change. You know? Also, you have not known Boy Meets Me is worth to follow streams on Twitch. Do you have link? Do you have a link, Karasu? Can you link Boy Meets Me? Karasu, the problem is as score is competition. We have so many people that now, if you look at the top, you will find so many people that are smart, and unlike US, where competition is not much. I scored 94% in my college and only got an above average one. The big college close to 99% marks. Yeah, but if that's if that's how things work, then I would say that learning manipulation is like the smallest problem, you know? I don't think learning manipulation is like the thing to go to in that case. Like, it sounds like a huge systemic problem rather than a problem that can fix by learning manipulation. I don't even think learning manipulation will help you any. I think the problem is not the too much people, but the system. Yeah, I think so. The system is the problem, yeah. I don't think you'll do that by manipulate. My mom called me, so I couldn't. My mom told me political news. So I do think it's a problem with the system. Yeah, I was talking to the phone to my mom. What I meant to break the competition cycle, one need to have extreme power like politics, influence, money, stuff which makes common man hard to survive. And also remember that systems are not changed by individuals. That's impossible for an individual to just go and change a system. You can, yeah, but one of the way you can break power is organizing together. And manipulation of the people you potentially would ally with hinders that alliance. Now, negotiation is a very valuable skill, a high value, if you like, an organization. Oh yeah, yes. Negotiation is a very nice skill. Agreed. Not anymore. I'm not silenced anymore. Okay, I unsilenced myself. Yeah. I was silenced for a second before. I was quiet because I was talking with my mom. You can hear me, right? You can hear me now, right? Can you hear me now? No, trust me, Modi is far better than previous governments. Earlier, if you didn't had a political connection, you couldn't do stuff, and to get connection, you had to do bribe. But he is fixing stuff, but things are so bad that things will suffer. This generation will suffer. But he is very much not better. Maybe for a person who are part of the majority. Not everyone in India is part of that. And Modi is systemically kills farmers. That is not good. That I am not even talking the anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic other sentiments. I'm not sure if what I'm hearing right now about Modi is decent. Oh no, Orban? Oh my god, that's horrible. Okay, tell me if you can hear me. I should not be muted right now. Okay. That's great. Yeah. That is not, yeah, that is not decent at all. Orban like, oh no, that is the worst actually, to be honest. Orban sounds like the worst. That sounds like a person's voice. In trouble. Let me clear this. Family was repealed. He listened to them at least, unlike previous government. I'm sorry, by Western media is against him because he wants India to be next soft power. I don't know. That sounds like the arguments people used to defend the USSR. So I don't know. I wish Boy Meets Me was here. How do these things always happen in creepy forest? I might need to look into the politics of India, honestly. I feel very ignorant about it. I think I shouldn't be. Interesting. Army's prayer is huge. I'm guessing this is the mutant flower that Doc was talking about, Malphage. Incredible what decay can do, turning a plant into a spectre at this size. Creating this dishonest framing about around the Hindu heritage. Also, ironically, he changed various names of things to actually promote India's past and removing colonial elements. And sorry, I'm not getting this info from Western media. I think Karasi is talking about various minorities, not just about the history of the majority. I'm getting my info from my real life Karalan friends. Like, I think I can understand what Karasu is saying. For example, in Poland, a lot of traces of Jewish past is erased, and in Lithuania as well. Like, you had the anniversary of Vilnius, and no mention of the huge Jewish community that was there, you know? Like, that's erasure of history of a country, but from the perspective of its minority groups. Which is bad. At least I assume that is what Karasu is talking about. Not about erasing the whole history of the whole country, but erasing the past of various peoples that live there. Actually destroying India's past, because India not just started with Gupta dynasty, you know? So yeah, I think also had great contribution to what India culture by Muslims, for example. Right. It usually is a sort of like a contribution of many people. Like India is very culturally diverse. I might be speaking from a... What is a normal point of view? What? How is a majority point of view any more normal than a minority one? You know? What do you mean by normal point of view? Okay, I hope that's just unfortunate phrasing, because I really hope that's just unfortunate wording, because I really don't appreciate the normal versus minority, you know? Exactly, there's no normal point of view. All points of view are just as normal. There's someone inside. That voice we heard earlier, it was theirs. Normal point of view means that what normally my local people believe. But that just means basically my point of view is normal and everybody else's isn't. That's bad. That's a very bad way to think about things. And you better to explore how diverse and fantastic culturally India is, and how much of a loss Modi does, of harm Modi does. I look after an elderly Bengali doctor here in the UK. It was fantastic. Helped to organize his stuff and writings. Wow, that sounds amazing. But yeah, they're beastkin. No, not anymore. Decay has transmuted their corpse, fusing it with the flora here. There's surely a specter by now. But this fusion is of different bioform types. I didn't know such a thing was possible. I can sense it, the gathering of its power. It's resonating with the decay throughout the forest. It's calling upon the power of the surrounding decay. That can be good. Okay. So it was just bad wording. I understand. I'll just look to stop to it. So basically it's the point of view that you are most familiar with, I guess. You know? Yes, I am open, but as far as I know, he was better than the government. He's the bad guy, and they were the worst. You always have to ask to whom. Yes, because you know, not everyone is the lucky normal. He's not targeted by Modi. Exactly. That is very good. Well said. Not everyone has the luxury to be normal, quote unquote. A government that does not stand for everyone stands for no one. I'm sorry to say. Oh, I died. I didn't expect us to have a big conversation about Indian politics. Did not see that coming, but yeah. Either the government stands for everyone or no one. Well, that is what happens when scapegoats are being created. About this, actually, we were able to talk with Paul Mutini. Not to mention that also there is the matter of the caste system, right? It has to play a role in this as well, right? Surely caste system is not just like agnostic to the whole thing, right? The most positive personal experience of say goodbye. I mean, India is very, very diverse. We can't really do everything each community says. We have to find a middle way. Like every government, Modi is its advantages and disadvantages. So this position, it's our job to see where our advantage is more. Who is we and what is our advantage? You say it's our job to see what is our advantage, but who is the we and whose advantage is this? You know? That's how we vote and elect. In India it's free, like fair election, so it's there across people like him. But Indian people are all of the minorities as well, you know? That's also Indian people. So if a minority is being sort of discriminated against, then it's not really in your interest or advantage, as you just said. Right. It is a toxic path. It does sound like it, yeah. For example, I mean, if minority people are being discriminated, they will vote opposition. They are free to do so. That is not how that works. A minority is a minority. A minority has no power to force its will through a vote, because it has to be in, it has to be in step with the majority. So in your view, the majority could bully the minority, and that would be okay. You know, if a government can scaremonger the majority against the minority, then the minority will never get anything via voting. That's impossible. A real democratic government protects the interests of minorities precisely because of these reasons. Minorities are vulnerable. You know? It's not a mark of a real democracy that the majority just controls and like bullies even minorities. That is not good at all. You know? I died again. Okay, we're gonna change. We're gonna switch streams. Oh wait, never mind. So what do you think? Our own bloody fellow Hungarians, and they would be happy to encourage them to be sterilized while complaining we have a demographic shrink. That's a really good point. Like it's a really weak argument to say that the minorities can simply vote. Because minorities, let's face it, don't really have much voting power. You know? I guess you missed my point. I'm not saying minority discrimination is good or something, or he should do it. What I mean is Muddy is doing good and other more important facts. More important? Wait, what do you mean more important? Security for whom? National security for whom? Terrorism against whom? I mean, the USSR killed 200,000 Polish people in the name of security. Are you saying that was good? He did it for security against terrorism. He did it for national security. He did it for geopolitics as well. That is what Orban tells too. But in the meantime, he encoded in Hungarian constitution that LGBTQ plus people are not considered Hungarians. True. I just don't get it. I'm sorry. You know? No, and I guess I'm turning into Vosh, but you know that Hitler also improved the economy, right? So for one, are you aware that Moriascu silenced opposition voices and media just to top of my head from Musk? So for one, you are aware that when? My goodness. I did not expect the stream to be so focused on India, but listen, life is full of surprises, and I'm certainly open to it. I just really wish Boy Meets Mini was here. If I'm not wrong, after meeting Musk, he did his press conference or meeting, and when he replied about minor race, it went viral. Last year-ish. And some link to you, but with some link to you, but I would send you to Boy Meets Mini. Link Boy Meets Mini here. Link his channel here. Do it. Oh, okay. Is Boy Meets Mini up? Can we get Boy Meets Mini into like the conversation? We should get them if possible. If they're available and not busy. It would be great to get them here. Yeah, try to invite him. Yeah. If you know if he is up and available, then yeah, of course. That would be great to have a conversation about that. It feels like it's prescient, to be honest. Hey, should I try to invite him? Should I try to get in touch? Where do I have Boy in the is that oh, there we go. Got him. I hope. Wow, this is so unexpectedly. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get boy. I'm writing. I'm writing to boy. Okay. Davesh, you should come here on Sunday. We're gonna have we're gonna host Boy Meets Mini as a guest to explain all the intricacies of the topic. It's gonna be a good stream. You should all tune in. All 10 of you. You should all tune in on Sunday. It's gonna be great. Perfect. We have set up a stream topic for Sunday. Modi and India. We're gonna be discussing this on Sunday. It's already decided. It's already set in stone. There is nothing that can stop it anymore. I'm gonna write this. Sunday, India topic. So be here on Sunday, Davesh. We're gonna be discussing the things in detail. I'm by no means an expert. I mean, we can create excuses for all of this, but this is clearly against minority groups trying to maintain a Hindu majority. Why Modi made this bill was that in Pak and the other areas, Hindu received discrimination. They can easily get citizenship in India and get safe. It should be obvious why he excluded. Wait, why is it obvious why he excluded Muslims? Wait, hold on. Can you elaborate on why it's obvious that he excluded Muslims? Okay, we've got it. As Boy Meets Mini says, people there think Modi is uplifting the Indian economy. He's actually ruining it. So come here on Sunday to hear why Modi is not uplifting the economy. Modi is ruining the economy. So be here on Sunday or you will not learn why. irrelevant in question why Muslims should be discriminated in India. You want to debate? Wait, you want to come on Sunday as well, Devesh? You want to debate? Damn. Okay, let me... Well, actually, it all depends on what Boy Meets Muni's boundaries are when it comes to... Okay, Boy Meets Mini is okay to talk to you, Devesh. Okay, Devesh, are you okay to talk with an expert on Sunday? Okay. Do you have time on Sunday? Okay. So, Sunday at about 2 hours from now, will you still have time 2 hours from now on Sunday? And by 2 hours from now, I mean the the approximate time. Is that okay? Debate topic, Modi. Modi is the topic. I feel that this is very important. I feel like the boss in India that is ruining the economy, but according to Devesh, not ruining the economy. According to Devesh, uplifting India, which is, you see, it's 5:30 a.m. after 2 hours. Not sure about right to come. Okay, that should be a very interesting conversation, especially since a lot of people, me included, don't know much about India, which means that it will be a very educational... let's not use words such as villains. I don't know. I don't know about India. I depend on people to educate me on India. And of course... Oh yeah, of course. No. By the way, just so you know, Devesh, the person who you will be speaking to is from North India. Where did you say you were from, Devesh? I'm sorry, I have to check. You mentioned being from... I'll scroll up. You said where you were from. Okay, perfect. The stream will be on too, so if you miss it, you can catch up. New Delhi. Honestly, if I feel you guys' arguments make sense, I'll be confirmed that our Indian meat is purchased by him. Interesting. Yeah, I think it might be a very interesting conversation. That is very, very fascinating. Also remember, Karasu does not take her information from media, but from people that are from India. Just a note, sometimes Western media can be offbeat. I know this with how they cover Orban, Viktor, and Hungary, but that does not mean there is no things to be criticized in Hungary. Right. It's just that often they do not understand the dynamics and situation. Yeah. And this is why we will be having a special guest that will teach us about the dynamics and the situation. Wow. I feel like we've done something really nice today. I feel like we've established a really nice stream for Sunday. Maybe I am understanding things wrong. I'll be open to new perspectives. The person we are inviting will um, certainly deliver that perspective. They are a wonderful person. Boy Meets Mini is a wonderful person. So Sunday will be very, very special. I guarantee it. I'm glad you seem to be a decent and curious person. Wonderful. Karasu is from Hungary. Karasu is from Hungary. And I'm, of course, from Poland. Okay. Remember, uh, I will write this in my special calendar. Calendar. I'm gonna write. Oh, Monday is the 1st. Mm-hmm. There you go. Perfect. Today struggle. I can do struggles my Indian friends have in UK. I live in UK for a little more than a decade. Perfect. So I will go to the toilet real quick, and when I'm back, we're gonna continue with the topic that we have for today. With topics that we have, we don't have just one topic. We have actually several topics. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Press like. No. Karasu lives in the UK, but is from Hungary. Okay. Press like and don't go away. I will be right back. I will be right back. And look forward to Sunday. It's gonna be amazing. Okay, I am back. From all the excitement, I've forgotten to take my HRT. I am going to So one issue is to avoid this creation of an ethnic nation state. The majority Hungary did that since the 19th century, also used it in a sense similar as India. In Caracas, it was Austria. But it became very toxic, and many of our ills still stem from the process of that. Yeah. We're having a good time today? Yes. I think I'm having a good day. Poland also has like a complicated history because it has a history of being part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And the last question, what do you think a new agency shows one perspective in one country and contradicting perspective in other countries, like how CNN does in India? It can, the reasons may differ, in my opinion. Some stations can cater and want to be in good graces of a government that is in charge in a given country. Oh, that's true. That is also true. But I think Devesh is speaking about a very specific case of CNN in India praising the leader and CNN in abroad criticizing the leader. Namely, this Modi person. And unfortunately, in my experience, the hope of a single person making things better for a country usually end not well, if that makes sense. That's also true. I could speak of Poland, but Poland is an extremely specific case when it comes to the media. So I'm not even sure if Poland's example would be useful in answering this question. Because in Poland, the main battle is between the national media and the private media. This does not seem to be the dynamic everywhere. This does not seem to be the dynamic in much places in general. You know? And it all centers around the government that is ruling now. So it can be quite complicated, the reasons for media being as they are. True. Unless they are public media, in which case they can become propaganda pieces for the government. I want to show you something, and then I want to talk to you about something. It is weird, but then real people run these different headquarters of Guardian, different people work there. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh. In my opinion, that speaks to the relations the media have with the government. Boom. This is me playing my big adventure behind Warhammer sessions. This is just so that Karasu knows. This is what I do. This is what I do between Warhammer sessions. In Poland, the government tried to do this but failed. And now actually cries that the public media is bad because the government did not manage to shut it down. There were 6 brave souls who gathered on the great island of Lodos. They fought against evil and brought back peace to Lodos. The only woman among them fell in love with one of the brave souls and swore her love eternal. Their love continued to grow as the years passed. The cold wind blows on. A single bird flies against the wind. The wind rattles the branches of trees. Her name is Deedlet, or rather Lucy. Lucy is the name. She awakens. I must have fallen asleep. Where am I? It feels familiar, but I don't know this place. I'm going to have to look around. This is Record of Lodos War. No. I think Karasu would say no. And neither am I with the Polish government. At least the Polish government failed where Orban succeeded. The Polish government was not able to take over the media. Thank God. Imagine if it did. do I... They call me, the Orban's media, national traitor. No, this is a record of Lodos War. And this is my Warhammer character in the game. Also, it's a big thing. Interesting that you say this, Great Terrain, because the only media that can be trusted in Poland is US owned. Let that sink in. The only reason why the government could not shut down the private Polish media was because it is US owned. And the US protested against it being shut down because it said that it goes against international agreements. So the government was not able to take over. So while you do not trust the US media, the US owned media is the only media that I can trust, ironically enough. Well, I'm not sure this will stay very long. Guys heavily setting protests against rights, for example. Also, what I want to tell you is that in 20 or so days, I will be voting to try to get the current government out, because of course I hate it. It's not US media. It's Polish private media, but it's US owned. You know? It's not US media. It's a Polish private station, but a US company owns it. That's the deal. You know? And the people working at the private media actually care a lot more about, I don't know, basic truth than the public media, you know? I'll give you an example. So for example, when there was a trans-related incident in Poland, the national media misgendered the person and the private media used the correct pronouns all the time. I think this is a myth a bit that Eastern people are more autocratic and Western people are more democratic. That's because, like, I'm gonna say actually that the whole Eastern people are more autocratic and Western people are more democratic has its reason in its history as well. The West itself wanted to propagate this opinion, you know? Right. In Poland it's US owned. What will you do if worse people get elected? I'm gonna leave the country. I'm not joking. Actually, we've been talking with my mom, and she said that even if the current government wins again, we're just gonna leave. It is Orientalism, yep, and it's still there. It's toxic. It is fact one of those colonial, yeah. Yeah, correct. I remember when my grandmother was still... Because keep in mind that people from certain Eastern countries think that about people from even more Eastern countries, you know? So when my grandmother still did not have Alzheimer's, she invited us for Christmas or something, and she said something along the lines of, oh, those Asian people from the Far East, they are sort of structured that they need a strong leader to guide them, and they need to sort of coalesce around a strong leader, like as a collective or something. And I told her, I remember telling her because, you know, of how my best friends, who I basically are like family to me, are from Asia, which meant that I got extra angry. So I told my grandmother that it's the, like, that is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. You know? And the topic ended right there and there. You know? I just thought that it's BS to think that people from Asia are like that. It's just stupid to believe that, you know? But that was... Exactly. Boy Meets Mini is one of those people who organize to create a better future for the country, you know? Discusses politics and makes a world better for all of us. China, I think China is like a oppressive regime. Move to rest a bit. We'll continue to listen in the background. Nice to meet you, Devash. Devash. Yeah, China is... yeah. And we'll continue on Sunday. I want to talk about a big topic, actually. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. Look, Harasu, it's my character from Warhammer. It's me. No, I don't think economic growth without democracy is worth it, no. I don't think it's worth it. My answer is it's not worth it. Okay. I'm stuck in the game. Education camp is a place where you're basically made to accept the true proper beliefs by means of, there are many means actually, coercion, torture. It can take many different means. It's a camp where they basically re-educate you, as the name implies. Was recently I got a chat with Chinese conservationists and presidents on this channel. Actually, there was a discussion with a person from China on Vosh as well, from what I know. Which is probably also worth checking out. Just so you know. But I feel like it should have more. Oh, the same person. Okay. The same person. Interesting. Very interesting. I do want to check that out at some point. Do have a few special guests on my own that I want to bring in, but that depends on whether or not I can make them talk to me on stream. I got lost so quickly in this game. I do this, I stream. Well, when I don't do this, I'm also an artist. Technically speaking, I'm also a teacher of English. You know? This is my job, being an amazing streamer, so you should subscribe. My gosh. You're looking at my job now. Jab or job, as you would say. How did I get lost? Stuck. You're not supposed to ask me my age. I'm a trans lady. Maybe trans, but that means I'm still a lady. Lucy has that. Oh my gosh. It's a beautiful and skilled streamer. Thank you. I think this is the perfect moment for me to suggest that you subscribe and join the page. That's also a thing you can do. What? What? Okay, I have to adjust my turn. My age, Does not my voice sound ladyish? Does my voice not sound ladyish? That's true. I might do some duo streaming as well. I might do some duo streaming. Edie? Ah, thank you. Well, the Veg didn't think so. The Veg didn't think so. Then it's okay. The Veg knows now. Listen, we all make oh. So what am I supposed to do now? Am I cursed to be stuck in this game forever? I don't think so. What do you think of my voice, Tabash? There's only one good answer. No, I've seen more feminine voice of men. What? You don't like my voice? You've seen more... I have seen more feminine voices of men? What? Wait. Okay. I guess Tavesh does not like my voice. Tavesh says that he has heard more feminine voices of men. That hurt. I like your voice, but I thought you were a guy. I see. So I didn't mind your voice. Not a... I see. Oh! You can jump off there. Wait. Wait, so you do mind my voice now? I cannot believe you. How I'm hurt. Hundreds of books. Hundreds of books, unironically. Many, many books. What? I guess no. I guess I'll dip for I am here. Bye. Bye bye. Save complete. Maybe it was a mistake. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, I have to work. I'll have to work on it. Won't I? But it's a bit sad. You know? So, how are you all? How is everybody? I think we're ready to start. Hmm. But I sound less feminine than some men. Oh. I cannot believe. I cannot believe that there are men with more feminine voices than mine. Pardon. You run away. Lailia? No, you're Carla. Lost are you, High Elf? I know what you desire. You wish to follow after that knight, yes? If you wish to be together with your knight, swear your loyalty to me. Swear your loyalty to me. Swear it on your very soul. Then your wish shall be granted. Loyalty to you? No way. Out of my way. You fool. Had you sworn loyalty to me, you would have avoided further trials. Alright then. Soon one more soul shall arrive. Let us see which of you has their wish granted first. Trials. I guess I'll have to train more. I have to train more until I tell my voice is acceptable. It seems it is not yet. I am not acceptable. Thank you. Thank you for the digital hug and for the $5. Thank you. Well, we're about to start some topics, so we're not gonna be able. Item get. Salamander, will you help me? How strange, this flame doesn't burn the forest. Thank you for the $20, Red Rose. You're acceptable to me. Thank you. Am I now? How do I use this? Ow. Um... Knife is light. Okay, how do I... Is the game about to teach me how to use this? Yes, thank you. We need to... I need to talk to you about the subject of Zucker a bit. It's not gonna be a whole thing, but I've been compiling data on... Remember how lately recently on stream, we've talked about Jess Single and Zucker's Clinic and how... Oh my gosh, what a voice. Level 3. Remember Zucker's Clinic and how they've done their method? Well, we have brought low the claim that a lot of children desist from being trans, or that we have established that it's insignificant. Yes. Next, I am going to strive to demonstrate that the method itself is flawed, okay? Not just the reasoning for choosing the method is bad, but I'm next going to demonstrate that the method itself is flawed. That is going to be the next thing we'll be discussing when it comes to Zucker and his methods, okay? This is the thing we're going to discuss as we move on. Alright? Okay. Oh, ow. I have moved on to the whole thing. Okay, I think we've played this for a bit. I've showed you the game. And now we're going to exit this. We're going to go into the React mode. Desist is reverse transitioning. Desist means that they claim that children grow out of their dysphoria and are no longer trans. That is basically the claim, which they take to, which they took because the clinic has been shut down, to enforce their method of trying to persuade children to accept themselves in their natal gender. So the so-called natal gender. Okay? That is basically what is being done. And so that is the thing that I'm focusing right now. I can even read you some of my notes. The clinic claimed limits helped prevent this rigidity from settling in children. Went the thinking of the clinicians. So my note is, so limiting a child's options prevents rigidity from setting in. Is that so? If you limit a child's options, it will make them less rigid? And one other quote is, seems awful not to give kids a choice to puberty blockers, such a nightmare dealing with a body you feel disgusting with. If a little kid decides that since he is gentle and enjoys playing with dolls, he must be a girl, and then his parents allow him to only dress like a girl and exclusively play with other girls, that identity is going to reinforce itself. And my note is, pathologizing transness, being trans is bad, while being cis is treated as good. Right? So this is the thing that I'm still working on, and it's going to... We're not going to do a whole thing about it today. I think this is a thing for Monday. Well, today is Monday, isn't it? Well, it's already Tuesday, sorry. So this is possibly a thing for Thursday. Thursday. That's right. We're going to do this on Thursday. We'll have enough time. There has to be also a study about Zucker's method and why it's not good. In the meantime, we're going to give a little bit of a React content. Because I've got something. Oh, yeah!
I want to talk about
Not you, Dylan. It's not your turn yet. It's not your turn yet, Dylan.
What?
No, that's not, definitely not your turn, Megatron. The revolution will not be live streamed. I said it's not your turn, Megatron. What I really want to see...
Here,
Oh, gosh. Okay, I guess I cannot... I guess it's not here. Let me check. There's a video. Revolution will not be streamed, which we will probably react to. I'm just gonna look for it. Demon Mama. Demon Mama. Okay, let's see. I think it's from a live stream. There we go. We're gonna watch a Demon Mama segment. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it and we're gonna react to it. Yeah, but the video is based on the song title. Oh. Okay. True. I cannot wait for that either. Let me see.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be, as always, to a React doing um I wish. Oh, to big a message. I sent you email for later. Wait, why is the goal games not? Oh, okay. What? Oh, it crashed. It crashed. Did it crash again? We'll just wait a bit. In the meantime, how is everyone? How are you? How is everyone? How is everybody? Hmm. I am tired. Wait, you're not home yet? How long does it take you to get home? Not here. Okay, what's wrong with good old games thing? It's not turning on. It's not working. Which is annoying a bit. I work different places, okay? Wait, but you said you were going home. That was like a while ago. Interesting. You go by car or by public transport? You have a car? Do you go by bus? Okay, it's not working. It's like not working at all. I'm going to try to... Oh. We will try to restart Global Games. Okay, now I'm going to try to restart it from the beginning. Car. Oh, interesting. I actually don't have a car. I don't even have a driver's license. Will it work? Oh, it's working now. Basically, the gist of the song is the revolution isn't going to grant you the luxury of analyzing from afar, sitting in your sofa drinking a beer. The revolution is here and you're in it. We're all in it. That is a good message. That is indeed a good message. own games. I really gotta start learning how to use Godot. Wait, what is Godot again? What is a Godot? Godot is an actress, but I don't think that's what you mean. How to use Godot. Godot engine. Oh. Okay. Game engine. Is it good? Is Godot good? Or no? The game engine. What sort of games can you create with it? What sort of games can you create with it? And yes, I am going to make the game quieter. Okay. I hope you'll show me some examples of games made in this engine. It's more beginner friendly. And nothing. You belong to me now. I belong to nobody. I see I misjudged you. Proceed on your way to oblivion. Okay, we're going to Demon Mama now. Talking about, we're gonna find.
I had fun watching though. It's really fun to watch somebody else approach the game very differently and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
The game.
Wow! Congratulations to Lucy and.
Oh wow, that's okay. That's about me.
And yourself, Somniostatic. That's
Thank you. Thank you for praising me.
amazing. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's really
Thank you, even though I'm talking to a person from the past.
awesome, honestly. Oh, I'm really, really sorry to hear that, Yasmin.
Okay,
Your friend. All right, is this a Sonic meme? Wolf. Because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Oh, there you go.
I understand Africa. For 1,000 years engagement, you can see this is a pretty.
Okay,
I want to talk about our maybe balls. Oh, it's balls that get censored. That's kind of funny. The censoring on the chat is so funny. I know it's because because like it's kind of funny to me.
Okay, we're talking about balls. You don't need to learn to code, but you can. I think it uses a node system. Wow. I want to learn it as well.
But yeah, you can get around it if you try. But please don't. Please. What does life come to? We're talking about sentient balls. That's where we're at. Wait, that's the best.
Sentient balls. No, that's a thing. Edit. Edit title. We're editing the title. The computer is not working very well right now, it seems. For some reason. Wait, what happened? Am I still here? Are you still here? Wait, the whole thing is connected. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Um, it's free and open source. I assume I'm still here, right? You can still hear me? Okay, I'm gonna try it if it's free and open source. There we go. Okay, let's start, shall we?
Place to be. This is the most free your soul is gonna be in this entire stream.
Oh my god.
He's an anthropomorphic weight, and he can change his body into different types of weights depending on what he transforms into. Oh my god. It's incredible. Hey, thank you so much. I love this shirt. This is a shirt by Canis Ovis, an artist, a local artist who I quite enjoy.
Don't.
And this art is amazing. There is you can see here, there are halos around each of the wolves. There are these beautiful flowers. There is a string held in the mouth
Oh, 2D and
of
3D.
this wolf that travels all the way through into the heart of the other wolf. It's a really
Okay,
amazing
we're
piece of
still
art,
waiting for the.
and I love it.
For the all important. Why am I not
All
getting
right.
any
All right.
reinforcements from the portal?
You guys want to? You know what? It's been we're 47 minutes in. I think it's
Right.
time. I think it's time we talk about our main topic of the day. Okay? I want to talk about our main topic of the day.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Wait, that's the main topic of the day?
Let me just. All right, we're gonna bring this up, okay? I realize, hold on a second, you gotta give me a second, because I realize I didn't actually, wait, it'll be faster for me to do it this way, hold on. Give me one moment, I have to prepare. I'm preparing.
Oh, I'm sorry. The game
Where
is
the
not
fuck
on
did
the
this
screen.
shit
It
go?
should be. You're right, it's not. It should be. Thank you. Thank you for saying. Thank you for telling me. No, there should be a game. There's anyone who should feel dumb, it's me. Especially tonight.
Okay, here we go. All right, I found how to find it.
Damn.
Okay. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps.
Hello.
Today, I am going to be slightly bending one of my usual rules,
Oh no.
which is that I don't really get involved in any sort of stupid drama, and I especially tried to avoid Twitter discourse. But today, I'm going to be bending that rule just a tiny bit. And by that, I mean I am going to talk about a Twitter-related discourse. And the reason I'm going to do
I've been
this, and I'm
following
going
this
to do my
discourse
best to take it above
somewhat.
and beyond the Twitter drama. But the reason I'm going to do this is because it's a topic that I think is fairly interesting to me. Now,
Religion?
in the time since this the topic that I'm about to explain to you began, it has gotten very, as is
Heated.
typical of the absolutely deranged and horrible website that barely functions, formerly known as Twitter. The conversation has degraded even
It does
worse
not
than it
function
was
even
when it
barely
started,
anymore.
and has since gotten incredibly toxic. However, I want to talk about.
I mean, what we got going on in here, bro? Who are you, Post 98? How did you get to the stream? Is this your first time here? And why, bro? Interesting. Interesting taste. That's your videos? Nine videos. Well, since this is like Lucy. Lucy is okay. I will prefer Lucy to bro. Hi, it's me. Oh well. I guess unlucky day. Unlucky day. Unlucky. Please don't be troll. Did your parents name you that? What if they did? Yes, they did. What now? Yeah, because I'm a trans woman. My goodness. Are you from America? In America, that's a girl name. Post 98. Oh. LOL. So what happens now? Is that it? I will enjoy this stream, I suppose. Okay. Alright then. We're doing a segment on Demon Mama, who is also not a bro, by the way. And it is a topic on the Twitter discourse between President Sunday and Corn Costume Jake or someone like that. And it's about whether or not this is a madhouse, or it's not an animation studio. So if you were hoping to get to the official YouTube of the Madhouse studio, then so the topic is if people from Africa were religious before colonization, animes on screen. I drew those. I drew and animated those. So I guess, okay, I don't quite think that my little animations are on the level of Madhouse Studio. I don't think my little animations are quite madhouse, but I guess I'll take that as a compliment. It's a representation of me. It's Lucy. It's Chibi Lucy. It's supposed to be a little representation of me. Bro. Why do you continue with the bro now that I told you that I don't like to be called bro? I see. There we go. And there we have it, our brief adventure, our brief interaction with Post 98 has come to an end.
Couple of aspects of this conversation that I think are genuinely important. First off, let's just get it out there. Let's talk about the tweet that started all of it, okay? I'm gonna put a tweet up on the screen real quick, and I want you all to sit here with me, okay? So, this is a tweet from Actual Jake, aka @ActualCorn on Twitter. Actual Jake is a content creator who has done a lot of atheist content, does some like left-leaning content. I have spoken with Actual Jake. I have done some various group projects with Actual Jake, including like panels and stuff. And generally, I think Actual Jake is a pretty funny guy. Here's the take, okay? Black Americans, and this is a quote, I'm gonna quote this. Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners historically. Sounds not good. Now, as you can probably imagine, this take has gone nuclear, and it's actually funny because the original tweet didn't even get that much engagement. You can see this is a pretty low level of engagement. I mean, a lot of views, but fairly low level of engagement. However, the discourse itself has spread pretty far and actually reached far beyond Twitter into other spaces. Now, this is an interesting take, and I want to be clear. I pretty strongly disagree with this read.
Same.
And I especially disagree with the way that it was worded. The idea that Black Americans are only religious because they were indoctrinated by slave owners is ahistorical.
I find your takes fair as well.
On numerous angles. I think it's I think
reductive?
That first of all, there's the religious saying that it's Black Americans are religious only because they were indoctrinated is actually just flatly incorrect. Obviously, not only do other religions predate slavery in Africa, and
but also
among,
Christianity itself,
populations that were enslaved in America, but actually Christianity considerably pre-exists slavery in Africa, at least the slavery that's being referenced here, which is the American transatlantic slave trade. An example of this is that the Coptic Church, which is a Christian church that developed alongside the Catholic Church, was founded in Egypt in 42 AD. Now, the transatlantic slave trade did not begin until hundreds and hundreds, over 1,000 years later. But the Christian church was present in and all over Africa for that entire time. So I understand. I think what was meant to be said in this tweet was actually Black Americans are Christians because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Right.
And obviously, that isn't actually accurate either, in my opinion.
True.
Now, I'm going to stop right here, and I'm going to say that I'm going to attempt to deconstruct this issue at its core.
Maybe I'm being stubborn, but I lean more zero tolerance that soft sprouting or whatever I see religion is wildly poisonous and I wish it would disappear. My hate for religion brings out the worst version of me. I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what religion outside of, well, Catholicism and branches of Christianity is, but that's a topic for a whole different day, I think.
And that means that most likely everyone involved with this is probably going, or everyone involved with this particular drama is going to want to slot me into a side onto it. I have already taken my position that I think this tweet is incorrect. However, I think that there's somewhere buried in this tweet, there is an attempt to get at something that is true.
Right.
And I want to talk about that thing, which is indoctrination, okay?
Okay.
Not by slave owners, but generally in Christianity. Because I think that I'm trying to assume the best faith here. I don't really know exactly what Actual Jake meant here. As I understand it, Actual Jake is going to be doing
a debate,
a couple of debates with other people. Discussions, I guess. Maybe they're debates. I don't really know. But I guess he's going to do it, and that's for him. I'll be interested to see on a personal level what he really meant here. Because obviously, Twitter is a terrible platform to discuss any of these ideas. I want to talk about the indoctrination in Christianity and in some evangelical religions. While also just saying, no, it's not actually true that Black Americans are religious or Christian just because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
True.
Okay.
So where to begin?
Let's talk about this. So, let's talk about the indoctrination aspect, and then we're going to go back and we're going to talk about religiosity and Christianity in Black communities in America. So, indoctrination. As many of you know, I say this literally all the time. I say this literally all the time. I grew up in an extreme Christian cult.
Yeah.
They have spread themselves all over the United States. They are incredibly conservative. They are socially regressive in just about every way you can imagine.
Quite bad, they are.
And they proselytize aggressively. However, their
Judaism does
biggest
not proselytize,
way that they maintain the core of their church is not through man on the street evangelism. In fact, their conversion rate of just walking around and handing out Bibles and preaching to people on the street is incredibly low. In fact, the way that they grow the most is by loyal families to the church,
right?
Having
raising,
lots of kids and raising those kids in the church environment,
right?
Sending those kids to the church's school, sending those kids to the Sunday school, to the actual schools that they run. They have a Christian private school. Having your family members attend the churches and give money.
The mass.
And become integrated into the social network. That is actually how a lot of these really extreme Christian churches actually maintain the core of their strength. Now, of course, there are still lots and lots of converts. However, a lot of the people who are converts
True. Red Rose
are not exactly
life.
people who are completely fresh to Christianity. It's not like people have never heard of Christianity or weren't Christians. In fact, a lot of the people who convert to churches like the one that I grew up in come from another branch of Christianity, usually a less extreme branch, and they are drawn into the extreme branch because of the zealousness and the intensity of those beliefs. They're converting, but they're not converting from another religion to Christianity. They are simply shifting the flavor of Christianity that they already are. So while this topic that we are using as a launching point is not really correct, it isn't really accurate to say that the only
really
reason
why
why anyone is religious is because they were indoctrinated but specifically Black Americans were indoctrinated by slave owners. There is a very, very intense what's the right word here?
Pay to win.
Familial inheritance.
Pay to win.
That is tied to religion. And I do believe that in a lot of cases, this does take the shape of indoctrination.
Okay, we're not.
It's weird too because I think that
I refuse to change because of the church. Good. Good. Don't let people change you. In practice, I like to live by the ideology of live and let live because I don't want people to be in pain. It's an internal worldview that I don't know how to reconcile because I can possibly stress enough. I hate that shit. And you simply must learn how to let live. It's not super easy, but you will figure it out. You seem to have the will to do in your heart. That's right.
That you could change this original tweet to say Americans are Christians because of indoctrination, not because of a genuinely held belief, and it would actually be more accurate. And I don't even think that it's a matter of I don't think you can trace the lineage to any specific point in history, because the reality is that Christianity as a whole has embedded itself so deeply in so many aspects of society that nearly everyone has the values, a lot of the values of Christianity embedded into them from multiple angles constantly. Now, not everyone would consider that a fair representation of the term indoctrination. And I think that there's a certain amount of truth to saying that the passive ambient values of your society isn't exactly the same thing as indoctrination. However, what goes on in churches like the one that I grew up in, what goes on in a lot of churches, particularly American evangelical churches, is indoctrination. It is deliberately taking children, putting them in religious education so that they are trained how to think and what to believe very stringently for most of their lives.
Right.
And you can now probably see why I thought it was so important to actually talk about this issue on my stream. Because I think that in this particular discourse,
I used to be pretty anti-theist until I saw how anti-Islam this space was. Like to a point where they would make obvious logical fallacies, like using stats on how progressive Christians are compared to Muslims all around the planet to justify keeping Muslims out of the West when they should be looking at what Muslims believe in Western. Right, yeah, that's and it's like, I mean, a person here also said that there's a case to exclusion of Muslim people, so
the spice severely got in the way of an actual conversation about something that's serious, which is the fact that Christianity is an aggressive religion that actively encourages parents not to teach their kids any sort of critical thinking, but rather to teach their kids to accept a set of beliefs,
verbatim from a book.
And it's actually a big problem because you'll notice that like a lot of American evangelical sects, if you would try to engage in conversations about even the Bible with members of these groups, they often aren't able to actually engage in those conversations because they're not even willing to recognize that the Bible is a book that can have multiple interpretations.
True.
That there are literally thousands, millions of different reads of the Bible that people have been arguing about for all of history. And a lot of them just don't believe that. They believe that whatever version that they've interpreted
is the correct one. I've actually met people like that because I've been a translator for Bible meetings in the past, and the person was like, what I'm saying is not interpretation. I'm just reading what's being said in the text. I'm just reading the text. I'm not interpreting anything. What I concluded is just what is plainly said in the text. I think in general it's wise to avoid any system which tries to tell you that you need less nuance in your opinions. Also ignoring atrocities is not nuance. I know Nazis love to try that shit, but some things are actually not good. Evil. I'm just reading, fam. I mean, I've met with this argument before. What they're saying is not a different interpretation to what I'm saying. They're just wrong, and I'm just reading it correctly. You know?
is the real interpretation, and that it is actually blasphemous or sacrilegious or disrespectful to even imply that the word of God could be interpreted in a bunch of different ways. It's yeah. Indoctrination is a big part of American evangelical Christianity, and Christians, progressive Christians out there, would grow as people and would have a stronger position in their own religious beliefs if they're willing to acknowledge that this is the case, that American evangelicalism is remarkably devoted to teaching, to encouraging people not to spin off and
Ellen DeGenerate, hello. Are you here to debate me? Ellen DeGenerate, you're a white name. You're a white name. Ellen, you won't believe what happened to me today. I'm here to get you cancelled. I'm already cancelled today. Already cancelled by 2 people today. You won't believe what happened. Wanna hop in? Are you ready to face me? I have a face, as I've learned today. Are you ready to face me? Is it on Gay Sky? No, I've been cancelled on my own stream by 2 people. Believe it or not. I've been cancelled for my voice, and I've been cancelled for my face. But alas, it's a daily balance I try to meditate on, because I'm sad to say I could see myself slip into scary territory if I stop trying to see people as people rather than scapegoats, right? I'm about to eat wings and stuff in public. Wait, you're not ready to debate me or to call in. And you're a white name, which you should not be. You should be a colored name. We're watching Demon Mama, as you can see. And it's not what you think. It's about religion. Transphobia in YouTube chat. That's right. I've been cancelled by transphobes today. Twice. Twice cancelled by transphobes. Unfortunate, but as it turns out, transphobia is a thing in the world. Okay, let's continue. Now that Ellen is here, everyone, we are saved.
Be a little
Even
bit
if Ellen is
disorganized,
white.
but
You're white,
the Quiverful movement is a perfect example of this. The Quiverful movement is a very popular movement among American evangelical Christians that says that they're, it's very popular specifically with, the movement itself is very popular with Christian women who believe that it is their job to basically have as many children as possible so that they can be raised up in the ways of God, so that there will be more Christians.
And Sobia's
do
kind
the
of gay
same thing.
because you want there to be less women.
Multiplicative effect. If you have 8 kids and all of your 8 kids have 8 kids, well, then there's a lot more Christians in the world. And that's a widespread movement. Even the people who don't identify as Quiverful people also often adhere to some of its principles. And the Quiverful movement is only the evangelical side of it, because everybody knows that the Catholic Church explicitly encouraged this for a very long time, and still to this day.
How are you, Alan?
The Catholic Church, though in opposition in some
really
ways
just outdoors?
to evangelical Protestantism, obviously there's a huge schism there. They're both still Christians, but they have very different beliefs.
Enemies.
Catholics discourage the use of birth control for that very reason.
My grandparents have COVID. I'm eating outside. Oh, okay.
Catholics have children. This is a part of it. Obviously, they also believe that,
and enjoying the stream, right?
That part of having
surely you're
sex
also
has
enjoying
to be a procreative act, and that taking birth control interrupts with that aspect of sex. But let's be real, a lot of the reason is because they want to see Catholic families have lots and lots of Catholic children. And the reason for that is because Catholic people will likely bring their kids up in a Catholic church. It's the same basic idea.
So basically, Demon Mama is discussing the drama between President Sunday and Just Jake, who will debate on the 2nd about whether or not people from Africa are only religious because of colonialism.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you. That's the gist of it.
So,
thank you.
The indoctrination part of this conversation is a serious thing that needs to be discussed. The fact that it is very common among American Christianity to push a very traditionalist view of things, to push
yeah, it is a mixed bag. Sephardic, but Sephardic Jewish people are more in Spain areas.
A position.
But they're absolutely black Jewish people, of course, absolutely. And Christians that have been in Ethiopia forever. True, you're super correct. God, I'm gonna Google it. But you're super correct, Ellen Degenerate. You're speaking of African Jewish people communities include Sephardi, so you were right about that. Mizrahi Jewish people. Mizrahi. But yeah. It's not really from. Yeah, you're right. I actually really want to learn Ladino, the language of Sephardic Jewish people, but that's a whole other thing, right?
A frame of mind that is actively resistant to critical thinking, actively resistant to developing your own creed, and instead encourages you to take what you are taught and repeat that to your children. Is a form of indoctrination. It is a widespread and normalized form of indoctrination.
The indoctrination from
and it's
the
complicated
church.
Because obviously,
Hello,
every
Faith,
child
Alec,
has to
Parker.
learn from
Well, you've been
something,
here
and there
before
are all
already,
kinds
but
of
I say
types
hello
of
again.
indoctrination that
I'm a
happen,
mess.
right? Like we can all acknowledge that, like,
became a
I mean,
mess.
I've even talked about this, that the public schooling system, often over the course of time essentially does indoctrinate people not only into hyper patriotism, but into a frame of mind that basically teaches them that their job,
Religious
their
people are
purpose in the
groomers.
world
I'm tired of
is
them
to
indoctrinating
work.
the kids.
That they are not actually really, you know, individual, creative, thinking beings, but rather that they are learning so that they can do a better job at a job, so that they can be productive to society as a whole. So indoctrination generally in our society goes uncriticized. Yeah, yes, as Brandy in YouTube chat says, the public school system teaches people to fulfill assignments and also actively
Ellen,
like trains
Degenerate,
people
has
to
set up a
think
debate
about
for
the
me
world
about-
as a kind of a giant checklist, that your life is a checklist of things that you are supposed to do in the correct order.
Right. About, what was it? Women ruling in Poland? Matriarchy. The matriarchy in Poland.
Which just so happens to be to the benefit of the economy as is.
And especially the economy of the church.
Yeah, and that's kind of messed up, right?
True, it is messed up, yeah.
And of course, like I said, in the world of Christian religiosity, this is magnified even further, because there is this aspect of no, not only do you need to like accept that like America is number one, not only do you need to accept that like capitalism is the way God has basically built the world and it's a good thing.
Interesting.
But also you need to be studying this book you know, with great intensity and specifically certain interpretations of
studying
this book,
the book is
which
not.
also
I feel like
often
studying the
directly
book
plug
is
into,
not as
the political
important
views
in
of
the
the
mind of
people
the church.
in power. I've mentioned this many times in the church that I grew up in, which was very extreme. And I acknowledge that it was very extreme, that most people do not have this level of extremity in their churches. But the integration of political and religious they were inseparable. Every single sermon had extremely political culture war aspects as a part of it. Everything from the culture war around evolution to gay rights was a huge issue.
I guess in Poland right now is the election. Yeah, the church is embroiled in the election. Unironically, the church has created a list of things that a good voter should follow, which include, you know, refusing abortion, gay marriage. There's a list of a good voter created by the Catholic Church in Poland. Not kidding. That's actually a thing. So, yeah.
Constantly coming up in sermons as a way to reinforce people's positions in the correct direction. And I would argue that especially with the number of children who are having that driven into them at all times, that absolutely qualifies as a form of indoctrination. Dangerous indoctrination,
Yep.
in my opinion. Didn't feudalism exist before capitalism? Yes, but they don't really. But a lot
Many
of
other
Christians,
forms
especially
existed.
American Christians, don't really think about that aspect. Or if they do,
Don't think about
they
history.
go, well, you know, having a good king is great, but having a bad king is terrible, which means that, you know, democracy under capitalism is actually the best way for things to be, because it's a merit-based system, and God will bless you, and, you know, so,
Oh, boy.
you know, we support this system, you know, but we want it to go the
Merit.
right way. We want it to be a democracy under God. It's a very weird thing. And
Neurodia says, I grew up Southern Baptist in Texas. I have relatives in Texas. And having watched Demon Mama's full video about her religious upbringing, the main difference is how extreme they were. I had all the same aspects, just less overtly cultish and much less overt push to cut non-members out of your life. That is so, as I understand it, Demon Mama and Gayfesh were both in the same group. Am I understanding this correctly? They were both in the same thing, right?
again, like I've talked about this separately. I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent, because I could discuss the whole complexity of the Christian American view on democracy and monarchy. I could discuss
Oh,
that
boy.
for an entire segment, so I don't want to get just too distracted on that. I want to try and stick to this issue about
To the point.
indoctrination. Yeah, the indoctrination issue in Christianity is a huge issue that I do believe needs to be challenged and tackled, and I think it goes more than just like saying oh, broadly, well, you know, it's a problematic behavior. It's
a
very
system,
deeply
sort of.
ingrained in most forms of Christianity. Even churches that are fairly mild by comparison to churches like mine actively acknowledge that their goal is to raise children up the right way, to use Christianity as a way to guide and shape their children's behaviors.
And some members of the church openly influence politics via the congruent and openly try to increase their own personal power via the church. That is
Which,
known as well.
you know, might, you know, on one hand, parents are going to raise their children, yes, but it is within the text of the Christian holy books, within the trends and the beliefs of various sects of Christianity, it is actively encouraged to shy away from other potential ways of thought, to specifically focus on bringing them up only in a Christian way, to never even spend time considering other worldviews. Sometimes to actively discourage it,
Reject them.
You
Yeah.
know, I mean, God,
reject
how many
them.
times in the Bible does the text denounce the wisdom of man, and the you know, the practice of worshiping false idols, or various other ways of wording this type of, you know, fear the other and denounce the other. There is an insular quality in a lot of Christianity that does make it dangerous, that makes it intolerant, that makes it xenophobic, that makes it incapable of interfacing easily with other religions. There is a supremacy that runs through a lot of Christianity. This is especially true in the major organized sects of Christianity. Catholicism, the
True.
mega church movement in America.
Which is very
this
interesting
prosperity doctrine and
because Judaism has went a totally different route. Basically because Jewish people were always persecuted, you know? The Jewish people could not just reject the other. You know, Jewish people were always the other.
Many splits that it had of these giant churches with, you know, hundreds of thousands of attendees who are
to some still
financially and politically motivated to convince them to stay in this particular silo. So there's a manipulative and unhealthy aspect that like I said, it even pervades more mild churches, because those churches are often a part of a broader doctrine or a broader movement that does actively encourage, we need to grow this movement and discourage people from going to any other way.
Because, for example, Catholic Church is supposedly mild, quote unquote, but it receives great funding from the far-right government in Poland. And it's becomes by no means simply mild.
So,
yeah.
there is no such thing as a mild or good church. And now we're going to get to the other side of this, which is where I think a lot of people who've been super on board with what I've been saying so far might start to get a little bit mad at me. But I feel like the only way to have a healthy conversation about this topic is to actually engage with the whole issue.
Okay.
So the idea that there's no such thing as a mild or good church is just not true. I think that's insane. I think that is a ridiculous proposition. The reason why I would say that is because there's multiple angles I can approach this from. First of all, there is the religion. Christianity is here to stay for at least a very long time. You are not, no matter how hard the fedora is tipped, Christianity is not going to be eliminated. And to eliminate Christianity would mean emulating the absolute worst behaviors that you would denounce from Christianity. In order to eliminate a religion from the world in the way that some people speak, you would be engaging in a genocidal project that is worse than the impact of the churches that you claim cannot possibly be mild. It is
like how
absurd.
It was also the goal of the Nazis to eliminate Judaism. Keep in mind.
You can't do it that way. That's not the way that the world works. You can't just delete a
by
religion
definition,
from the world.
Judaism
You can aggressively argue against a religion, but the fact of the matter is, some people are still going to believe, and you just have to deal with that. You have to cope with that, and if your conclusion is, well, then I'm going to kill them en masse, I feel like you're coping with it the wrong way, and that perhaps you are closer to your enemies than you might think.
Correct.
And, mild churches are a part of a pipeline to create more extremists. No, that's not always true. In fact, I don't believe that's accurate at all. In fact, many mild churches serve as a preventative measure from these extremist groups. If people can
find...
Yes,
it depends. Mileage will vary.
Let me talk about this. So
then the Nazis like Christianity.
One of the things that
they had a very
complicated cult that I grew up in used
a complicated relationship,
specifically to their advantage.
The church did support
social isolation. They targeted one of their biggest demographics of converts was from their prison ministry and from their drug addiction ministry. Like by a huge margin, they were bringing in tons of people from their prison ministry and their drug addiction ministry. Why? Because people who are addicted to drugs are struggling and often suffer from being rejected socially, or perhaps they already were, which led them to become addicted in the first place. And people in prison are also in the same way, separated. They have been separated from society. They don't have support networks. And so as a result, here comes this church and they say, you can be a part of something bigger. Welcome to our family. Just sign right here on the dotted line and you can become a God warrior and you will have togetherness with all of us.
That is very sad.
And the truth is that
Right,
mild
very
churches,
sad.
churches that don't engage in aggressive evangelism can actually prevent that from ever happening in the first place by being a location where people can
That is
find
tragic.
community and support networks that isn't a direct pipeline to hate. And I'm sorry, but that's just a matter of reality.
True, and I do
There
like
are
reality.
all kinds of churches around America that have that are doing just fine, and they explicitly resist going into hyper extreme religion.
Just to in context, synagogues are not exactly equivalents of churches. That is not exactly how that works, even though people often think so.
Like some of these ones, because they don't believe it. They don't believe that hating gays is key to Christianity, and so they build an environment that doesn't encourage that or that actively forbids that type of behavior, and yet they are able to provide some of the benefits of a church. Now, that doesn't mean that these mild churches are perfect. I don't think so at all. And in fact, I do have critiques of the dangers even that are present in mild churches that we're discussing. But the truth is that if there were more of these mild churches, less people would be tempted and pulled in, or would be, tempted isn't the right word, less people would
the
be
dark side.
manipulated into joining the extremist churches, which prey on their social isolation, which build them into a box of isolation. One of the most prevalent things that you see in these churches that are politically extreme, that are highly evangelical, is that they deliberately try. They do everything that they can to make sure that your only social network is the church itself. That all of your friends are in the church.
That is that is literally a cult. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Be right back. Toilet time. I'll come back with a sandwich. Consider subscribing, donating, and all that good stuff. Okay. Brings eyes to my mind in need. My great grandfather committed suicide. Speaking of eating, I'm eating a sandwich. Okay, let's. Riding with someone. No. It's with ham, I think. I don't know. It's with meat slices. Polish meat slices. It's okay. It got heavy, but it is important to sometimes discuss such topics as well. Okay.
Maybe your boss is in the church. Maybe you just got out of prison and
God.
you can't find a job because our society is incredibly hostile to people with a criminal record. And so one of the guys in the church says, "Oh yeah, you know what? You're turning to God. Come on and work on my farm. Come on and work at my shop. Come on and work in my welding shop. Come on and work at my mechanic shop. I'm doing a good thing for God here, and you're getting your life back on track." And then all of a sudden, your boss is in the church. All of your friends are in the church. Your addiction program was in the church. You have nowhere to go. So these mild churches are actually able to provide healthier social connections that prevent people from getting pulled into these highly manipulative cults. So I just don't agree with the idea that there's no such thing as a mild church.
True.
I don't agree with
Nice
that.
words.
Yeah. Alt-right movements pull from the same stock of lonely people. Yeah, their tactics are the same. Of course. And often, you'll notice, a lot of alt-right movements are infiltrated with members of these extreme church. The church that I grew up in works with TPUSA. We all know TPUSA as one of the big pipelines into the far right. The church that I grew up in works with fucking PragerU.
Wow.
These guys are hand in hand, okay? Sirius says, I don't think it's right to say that these extreme churches are all indoctrinated people as opposed to the mild churches. Obviously, the mild churches aren't as predatory, but there are certainly indoctrinated people in the mild ones. I just got done saying that. I just got done saying that, like in the previous section, that even mild churches are subject to the criticism on indoctrination. So yeah, yeah, I did a whole bit on that. But that's okay. You don't worry, Sirius. I'm sure you'll hear it. But I just wanted to put that out there.
Oh, serious? It's on Demon Mama's stream.
So, another thing, okay?
Wait.
Which is,
so many people from President Sunday's audience are on this stream. Zoshalek, serious. Oh, Somyo Static was here as well. Oh, wow. Wait. Okay.
People have a lot of reasons for why they're religious. But people have a lot of reasons for why they're Christians. As I've sort of repeatedly hammered on in this particular thing, one of the biggest reasons that people maintain adherence to a religion is because the people that they know and love are there as well. That they perceive themselves not just as a believer in a God or in a particular doctrine, but that they see themselves as a part of a community. And that community is not so, it can't just be fedora tipped away. It has to be acknowledged, even by critics of religion, such as myself. I am, after all, an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the supernatural. Certainly not in the way that Christians do.
Based Mama.
And this type of approach has to be, like I said, it has to be acknowledged and handled with care.
True.
And also,
I handle things with
there
care.
are times in which
I
can be
I
used
try to.
for good. And if you don't believe me,
I used to be
we're
more
going to come back to the original topic,
aggressively
which is this whole topic
religion.
started as a result of discussing Black American Christian religiosity.
Yes.
The civil rights movement in America was heavily organized through Black
religion?
churches.
Oh.
All throughout the South, where the Christianity is not going anywhere, but these churches were able to say, many of you are believers. Here is how we choose to interpret the scripture. Here is how we choose to use our presence. Here is the type of community that
I sort of thought that my view might be a bit narrow-minded, you know? And it wasn't that long ago when I was very aggressive in being anti-religion, you know? I just sort of, with time, started thinking that I might be like overzealously aggressive, and that it sort of, I also started seeing that that religion is pretty closely tied to culture, you know? And for example, in Japan, many people partake in religious ceremony, but it's for cultural reasons, not for religious or like super deep belief that it's all real reasons, you know? I think there's value to religion in that sense, for example. The cultural aspect and the aspect of understanding what people before you sincerely believed. even if it means taking part of the ceremonies. Because you understand sort of how people before you thought. Like, it depends. Like, rituals are good as long as they're harmless. Like, celebrating birthday makes no sense, but we enjoy it, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, aren't most ceremonies in Japan pretty harmless? Like, taking a wish and tying it to a tree. That's not really harmful, right? Or ringing a bell and doing a little bit of a prayer. There's nothing harmful in that. Like, almost everyone in US celebrates Christmas, and it's not even religious for half of them. Yeah. Like, I don't think there's harm on, oh, I want to pass, I want to go to a good high school and use, tie it on a branch of a tree. I don't see any harm in that, you know? I think it's cute. But yeah, exactly.
We choose to build and what we are going to direct our followers to. And what I mean to say with that
Yeah,
is
of
that
course. Like, the country is big, so I don't know everyone, every ceremony, but most I've seen just like a little event you can meet people. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Something like that, yeah. And I think it's nice. It's a way to sort of, I think it's a cultural event. It becomes a cultural event.
that it is very possible for churches to have even if there are problematic aspects in the depths of Christianity, even if there are problematic aspects all throughout Christianity, nonetheless, people have complicated reasons for why they ultimately are a part of this community, and those communities can still choose to be better. You see what I mean? That you can't always have a 100% pure movement, especially with something that is as broad and as essential to life as Christian churches were in the South, and
Correct.
still are for a lot of people. For some people in the South, for some areas, not even in the South, for some people all over America, a church
True,
might be
Maya
the
Mayor. You're
only
right.
community center left.
I'm working
The
on a
only
big
place where there is any
series
sense
of
of
video
community
essays.
at all
I'm working
whatsoever.
on that
So
right now.
those churches, the leaders of those churches, it is important that those churches are encouraged and actively convinced to take better positions to the best of our ability. And sometimes that means going, I may not be able to convince you that God isn't real, but can I perhaps convince you that God doesn't hate the gays or the transes? Can I perhaps convince you that God would revile white supremacy? Can I perhaps convince you that God would revile
True.
anti-Semitism? Because the
I
reality is
mean,
that a lot of people simply won't be convinced on God. It is a very, very difficult thing to change someone's.
considering that Christianity was sort of born out of Judaism, you would think that God would hate anti-Semitism, wouldn't you? You would literally think that God would actually hate anti-Semitism, but I guess, I mean, there are people who do that, but there are people that want to make it special, and I think that's fine. And there are people that just go to the office and say, we're signing a paper to marry. We exchange rings. That's an option. That's an option. Well, my father could not donate his body. He died of COVID. So his body was not just cremated, it was isolated in like a special decontamination thing, etc. So it was literally impossible for him to donate his body.
Views on God. However, it is much easier to get them to reinterpret aspects of their belief by meeting them where they're at. And that's not saying that you have to look the other way at problematic aspects of Christianity. It's just simply saying that the fact of the matter is there are a lot of Christians. There are an incredible amount of Christians in America, and the world would be a better place if people could convince those Christians to believe better things. If people could recognize that in some areas of the world, these Christian churches might be the only lifeline that anyone has. And some of those people might be gay and queer. Some of those people might belong to all kinds of other minority groups.
I'm a member of a minority group.
A stubborn, fedora-tipping refusal to acknowledge that actually does damage to the world as a whole and gets us further away from solving the most problematic aspects of
That's right, fake Alec Parker. You're also a minority. Wait, I never asked fake Alec Parker.
And that's not saying.
Are you an atheist? Are you religious? Is it okay for me to ask you if you're religious, or is it okay to ask?
There aren't there aren't rural churches that are totally
an atheist. Okay.
That are totally unsalvageable. I just don't think it's as simple as sort of saying, as sort of just throwing your hand.
I'm a very strange case. I'm an atheist that chooses to partake in Judaism, if that makes sense. Is it strange? Is it weird of me? Maybe.
Hands up and saying, fuck all of this. And I don't always, and this isn't even just a thing that like you should try to change it from the inside. I just think that devoted atheists even can have more productive conversations and can have a better discourse that actively encourages religious people to rethink the problematic aspects of their belief. And it would get you closer to your ultimate goal.
Of the culture,
if you're an atheist and you want people to challenge their religious beliefs on the core, you actually win by saying, well, did you ever think about this aspect?
And I think there's a positive power, even when the rabbi says, oh, Hashem says that if we all stick together, we have a guaranteed sweet and good new year. But it is already promised to us, it is already guaranteed to us that this year will be good. But we have to fulfill one condition. All of us have to stick together. And I think there's a very positive message to this, In fact, as I said, I like to broaden this message to not just Jewish people, but to people in general. Yeah, unity ensures happy endings. Love and solidarity, in other words. Yeah. Like if we all stick together, we will have a nice, sweet year.
Because if you can get them to think about something that is it is not core to their belief, it may open their mind to questioning other things. If they've been taught that you can't question anything, if they have been indoctrinated, getting through that can be very hard. And sometimes it's something as small as, do you really think that your God wants you to hate your gay sibling that you love? Do you really think your God wants that? And they go, well, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not supposed to do this. Maybe my pastor wants me to hate my sibling who's gay, but God doesn't. And that's a pretty big deal. I say that from experience.
I think that's a good step.
As somebody who left and escaped an extremist religion.
Apparently together with Gayfesh, a friend.
So, at an individual level that might work, but it's like trying to convince a Republican that they're wrong. That's a decision that's made on their end and not yours. Yes. Yes, but republicanism is a little bit different than religion. Okay, I'm just gonna
draw a line.
Tell you, religious beliefs are are significantly deeper held than party affiliation. Okay, there's nobody.
That's fair.
There's nobody out there who is more passionate. Well, okay, there are people, but the vast majority of them are actual Republican Party officials who are more passionate about the Republican Party than they are about something else. But the religious right
Officials.
is full of people who are Republicans because they think Republicans are on God's side of things, and because their churches are also convincing them of that. It's more complicated. Religious belief is held
I
way
believe
more
that.
deeply than republicanism, okay? Now, you could make the argument that conservatism broader can be fairly deeply held, and I think there's truth there, but that goes beyond the scope of this discussion. I think that the God belief is a very deeply held thing for a lot of people, okay? A lot of even people who you wouldn't even consider that serious still hold God belief very deeply. And the reason for this is because the belief in God, the belief in the supernatural, ties into your beliefs on death, ties into your beliefs on the human soul, ties into your belief on purpose and your place in the universe. These are incredibly complicated topics, and for
That's
a lot
true.
of people, the God answer fills space in their heart so that they don't feel anxious. And I think it's important to recognize that, even if you don't think that it's like a good way, because I don't either. I don't think that, the easy answer of saying, oh, well, there's a God who's decided everything for me and it's all going to be okay, and he's going to let me live in a, in a house made out of Xbox games, when I die.
I'm
I
not
don't think
sure that
that's the
would be
best
my
way to do
idea of
things.
having
I just think
house
that,
made out of Xbox
recognizing
games.
why people come to those beliefs in the first place is fairly important when we're having
I
these
do
discussions.
like food and love. I do like these things.
Yeah. God isn't an easy answer, not for most. Well, I think for some people it is. I think for some people, God is the way that they don't have to really think too much about death or about their place in the universe. But what I mean is that I don't think their decision is easy. I don't think that people can just turn off the God belief switch.
Think about things. Unfortunately, I think about them a lot.
And so
And blood.
I
True.
what I'm trying to say here is that
Oh yeah, Maya Mayor. Maybe we'll play some today. Kaim. Know what sounds like a wild time? Rupert Kaya Roman would run around nude, wiping one another with goat guts to celebrate. Maybe. Oh my gosh.
Is a huge problem in Christianity generally, especially, no, not even especially. It's a problem in Christianity. Catholicism, evangelical Christianity, prosperity doctrine, evangelicalism, all of these types, and now the rising Christian nationalism movement. All
Christian
of these have huge issues with
nationalism
very
is
explicit, hyper-siloed, hyper-xenophobic, anti-intellectual indoctrination that I do think is problematic. But it is not as simple.
Imagine if people started unironically saying my nationality is Christian. That would be that idea terrifies me.
As just saying, well, a lot of this is spread through familial indoctrination, which means I don't have to think about it. You're just a stupid fundy. Because there are actually, like I said, there are a lot of Christians who do not hold the fundamentalist beliefs, who do not engage in extremist right-wing thought, and those people can actually serve as a bulwark. They can be,
Christian nationalism to take into its extreme.
And again, once again, an example of
The
this.
nation of Christians.
How much civil rights organizing was done through Christian churches, because that was what was present. That was what was what was available, and it wasn't going to change. You know, you can't just snap your fingers and have communities stop congregating in the only place that they've known for their entire lives as a safe community space. You have to say, okay, this is where people are, and we should do our best to take this place and make sure that it doesn't become a place where heinous hate can spread. Unfortunately, sometimes it does.
True.
I absolutely believe that it is worth, I mean, you guys know, I advocate some fairly strong
cool
and by American standards, extreme political beliefs. And I hold by those strongly.
I
because
support those.
I think that they're the correct things. And I think that that's a good thing to do. What I don't think is a good thing to do is to completely overestimate your ability to actually reach the people that you supposedly want to reach, and end up being smug or worse, like totally wrong about their history, and it actually backfires on you and makes the situation worse. Now, to be fair, I think a lot of this is stuff that's going to have to be done by Christians. I don't belong to Christian communities. I am not going to belong to Christian communities. There are Christians in my audience right now who are Christians who are left-leaning, Christians who are progressive, and it's your job to help make sure that your Christian environments go in a better direction. Not on my behalf, but for yourself.
True.
For the betterment of your own belief system. That's something I can't do. But what I can do is I can say, I appreciate the people who are doing that. The people who have a, deeply held God belief, which I may or may not.
Is there an actual socialist society, socially free country right now? Like now impoverished or run by a... no. Not really.
Have questions or disagreements with,
not right
but who
now.
Nonetheless take that belief and make
Socialism
the world a better place
has to
to
be
the best
a
of their
global
ability.
project. It cannot be local.
I have a lot of issues with religion as it functions in our world right now. And a lot of it, I think, is a byproduct of the scars that have sort of torn our world apart. Again, we all sit here, lefties all sit here all the time and talk about how devastated social spaces have become. The disappearance of places where people don't have to pay money to just be able to socialize with one another. People have more isolated and alienated
places in
workplaces
Europe are
than
better
ever before in
about
history.
this
There are people
than
whose
the US.
entire workplace is in their car, and they never speak to another person at their workplace, working for Uber or as an Amazon delivery driver or, as a TaskRabbit or whatever.
Because
all these
world
other jobs
economy will
these
squash
gig
it.
economy jobs where you're completely isolated. People have less and less places to
People are,
engage socially.
like,
And the
countries
reality
are
is, churches
dependent
are
on the
one of
world
the few
economy
that
right
remain.
now. Especially right
that
now.
has to be grappled with in reality. People have to acknowledge, oh my God, these churches can very well become horrific nightmarish.
So it would be very hard for
places of right-wing indoctrination.
Socialist country right now to be self-sufficient.
But not all of them are. They're not all like that. So, yeah. We shouldn't be making work friends. Work is work. What?
What? That's so stupid.
What are you talking about?
That is
Humans
so
are social creatures. We
stupid.
should be making friends everywhere. Sorry, I'm getting
You
distracted
shouldn't
by
be
chat.
working work
I look
set.
at chat for the first time in the last 10 minutes, and the first thing I see makes me go, what?
You shouldn't be making friends.
We need to
at
get
work,
back to
work is
bars,
work.
pubs, clubs, and stuff.
Come
I
on.
mean, yeah, sure, all kinds of things.
There are some South American countries like that elected socialist leaders recently, but that's not the same as the country being. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Maya Mayor. As
But
always.
you should still make friends at work.
You should make friends at work. Come
Work
on.
is, yeah.
Work might be work,
Yeah.
but you should make friends.
Anyway, whatever.
True. You should
Anyway.
make friends. Work is work.
So there's one last thing to talk about on this topic, and then I'll sort of open into a general,
Election.
you know, conversation, and I'll take some questions from chat and whatever.
I'll take
um,
some questions from chat. You want to ask me
Which
questions?
is, I already kind of touched on this a little bit, but in this particular tweet, going back to the tweet that started all of this sentiment here,
The tweets to start
Black
them
Americans
all.
are religious because they
and
were
in the
indoctrinated
darkness
into it by
find
their
them.
slave owners historically. Sounds not good. Indoctrination by slave owners absolutely did happen. But now, a lot of Black Americans are religious or are Christians for a lot of reasons. And you might be able to trace those things back to all kinds of things. But Black American Christians, much like all Christians, have many reasons why
be
they are
religious.
Christians. And it's not just indoctrination. It's not as simple as that. Like
True.
I even said,
It's more
even with
complicated.
the extremist corners, the churches like the ones that I grew up in that were extreme, indoctrination only works partially because of the social needs that are at play there. So I think that there's a diagnostic issue that is wrong with this tweet, in addition to
Right.
the fact that the way that it is worded, it comes off as incredibly
Smug.
condescending and dehumanizing
True.
to Black Americans who believe in Christianity. And it especially comes off as somewhat, you know, a gauche. No, not
Although
even
to steal, man, Jake's thing is that he was speaking of the origins of Christianity and the black community, not of why black people in the US would be religious now. Although I think that is incorrect as well. You know?
gauche, just
That's
offensive
incorrect as well.
when you consider how involved in certain liberation struggles Black churches were. More so by a long shot than white churches. Let's just be real about that. White Christians have, if you're going to yell at anybody, if you're going to say anybody has the problem, the white Christians have the bad track record of being way worse political actors than Black churches. Black churches, while I'm not saying all of them are super progressive or anything, there are definitely super conservative Black churches. Black churches in America have a way better track record on being on the right side of liberatory issues, especially social issues like civil rights, voting rights, etc. Yeah, exactly. Black Christianity has developed massively since the days of slavery. Yes, and in fact, it was reclaimed in a lot of ways. And that's why I think that
Well,
this
the
statement
US
just
public
is
school system is
not
just abhorrent.
useful. It's the type of
It just shocks the
and
world.
why I disagree with it. Even though, like I said, I spent the entire first half of this discussion talking about the problem of indoctrination, which I do think is a huge problem. This tweet is just completely misinterprets the history of Black Christianity. Black Christianity, which was largely a taking for oneself, saying this religion was taught to us and perhaps I believe it, but this is my religion now and I am going to teach a liberatory version of this religion. I mean, liberation theology is a huge huge aspect of a lot of Black American Christian churches. So yeah, I feel like, I mean, again, I'm not trying to rag too hard on anybody who engaged in this conversation. I hope that you guys can recognize my attempts to grow this conversation beyond
Oh
the
wow,
limitations of
teachers.
Twitter.
That's so
But there
messed
are
up,
aspects of this
especially
conversation
since
that I feel must be
teachers have to work at home and prepare lessons, etc. That's messed up.
addressed. And that was one of them. The idea that like the only reason anybody's a
That is
Christian
so
is
messed
because of
up.
indoctrination is just not correct. And also, I don't even like, I don't know. That message won't even reach the Christians that you would hope to leave the religion. Realizing the aspects of myself, being somebody who grew, again, I've said this 100 times, but coming from a
Cult.
background of intense indoctrination, being in a church, in an extreme church from a young age, being told what to think, I had a genuine belief. I had a very, very deep and powerful belief in God. And it was that belief in God that actually ultimately led me to question the church that did the indoctrination and later gave me the freedom to then say, hold on a second. Some of this was pure indoctrination. It was not that like that there wasn't a truth to my beliefs, but rather that my belief had been twisted, had been shaped in a particular direction. And again, I've said this on my stream 100
Really
times
interesting.
before, and I'll say it again.
A road of
and I'll say it
exploration.
again an infinite amount of times in the future. I stopped being a member of the cult before I stopped being a Christian. There's a reason for that. It was because my genuine interest, my genuine beliefs came up into conflict with the religion. And I realized that the cult, the church itself, was less important than the actual things that I truly believed in my heart. And I think that a lot of atheists in my audience, a lot of anti-Christian people in my audience would benefit to know that sort of thing. Because I would love to see more people be liberated from extreme religion. And I'm not even saying become an atheist, just to be liberated from the type of indoctrination that is present in a lot of these places. I would love to see people find their religion, find a way to make their belief a tool of liberation instead of a tool of bondage.
True.
Because that's what a lot of this indoctrination is. This indoctrination
said.
is taking genuinely held and genuinely felt religious belief and twisting it into shackles to make someone a pawn as a part of a greater agenda.
That is
Or
the
or
purpose.
you know, in a matrix-like way,
Oh God.
a battery to be absorbed for labor and money and
The Matrix.
and you know, attendance
But it
numbers and
cannot
all
be
kinds of other
opened.
things.
Wait, did they rebuild?
As time has
For
gone on, I
real?
mean, I've talked. I did a whole video on the Reddit atheism and smug atheism, but as time has gone on, I've realized that the conversation around religion has to evolve, and it has to evolve by people who are most critical of religion actually doing a better job at critiquing religion. That's just the way that it is. People just sort of like, and I'm not gonna say that poking fun at Christianity. I mean, I fucking make fun of super religious Christians, especially the hateful ones, all the time. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade, and jokes here and there are fine.
Oh.
But it's good to determine, when you're joking
Oh,
versus
yeah,
when
you're
you're
right.
actually
Special
engaging with
education, yeah.
people and trying to change minds and trying to set
That's
forth
true.
an argument.
We are left behind.
And I think it's a good time for a lot of online atheists to sort of rethink their tactics a little bit.
True. Me, Grimlock.
Especially because,
Need your
again,
strategy.
one of the most rising popular forms of Christianity in America right now is fascism, aka Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is dangerous, actively and unbelievably dangerous, and Christians who are progressive, Christians who follow, who purport to follow Jesus's teachings, you guys should be concerned too, because Christian nationalism is the perfect example of subjugating genuine belief into a political agenda of supremacy that will put everyone in chains. It will never be that the
Including you.
Christian nationalist movement does not seek to follow God's teachings. It seeks to utilize the fervent beliefs of real believers to put specific people in power, people like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. And these people generally are
I
some
don't
of the
believe
most
DeSantis
heinously
has a
immoral
chance, but
people
then again,
by
people
the
didn't
Christian
believe Trump
standards.
had a chance. So.
You know, Ron DeSantis is not a Christian man.
Oh,
Ron
might
DeSantis was a
surprise us.
torturer, allegedly, at Guantanamo Bay.
Oh,
You know, Donald Trump, well, I don't need to say anything about Donald Trump.
true.
you know.
You don't.
So,
True. My sovereign.
I mean, hell, I did this whole video talking about Christianity with devil horns on my head. I know who I'm talking to mostly. Anyway, again, I have no real hate for anyone involved in this discourse or anything like that, and I don't think anything that was said is
It's gonna be
is
wild.
the end of the world. I
debate.
just think the analysis was slightly off, and I wanted to share
It's gonna be a
my
wild debate.
perspective on it. I wanted to get my thoughts out on it, which I hope you all have found useful.
Yeah.
If you have, please consider sharing your thoughts down below in the comments, and also giving me a subscribe. Subscribing to my YouTube channel is awesome. I do all kinds of conversations like this. I really love to get my thoughts on religion and politics out there, and if you found it interesting, there's a lot for you to enjoy on my channel.
I have thoughts as well.
Now, I'm actually gonna probably include this later part in the video because I want to have a conversation with chat and see what people have to
Alright.
say. There may have been stuff that I missed,
Oh,
so
wow.
let's see what
Okay.
everybody has to say.
I wanna hear
Spiral Gal
the.
says, do you think that outreach to sympathetic religious groups is needed to bridge the gap between atheists and cool religious people? Yeah. I actually do think that there can be some great value that comes from that. I mean, hell, even things like university interfaith organizations are able to be used in a very positive way by simply exposing people who might otherwise be indoctrinated to people of different belief systems. I think that there's a lot to be gained from religious people talking to people of other religions, from religious people talking to atheists, and hell, even from atheists talking to all types of different religious people. You know, not in like a arena of ideas type way, but
True.
in a genuine attempt to learn and improve the world. I think these things can be very valuable. And I do think that
I agree.
that we should basically be willing to try and understand, at least to some degree, that like a lot of what people might consider mild Christians or progressive Christians or Christian leftists are very, very, very much in agreement with even us atheists when it comes to, oh my God, we gotta stop this Christian nationalism shit from taking off.
True.
Because that's its own entire thing that is very dangerous, and I think that a lot of left-leaning Christians would be more than willing
course.
to
And-
work even with other people who
give
don't
an
share their
example.
exact religious beliefs.
And in Poland, the left wing basically wants to establish a separation of church and the state, and they say we're not anti-religion, we're just anti the state getting fused with the church.
In preventing the psychotic nonsense that is Christian nationalism.
True. Agreed. 1,000,000,000%.
Brandy the Taoist Warlock with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Thank you for supporting the show. If it please you, there's an Onion article that's pretty fun for illustrating the hypocrisy in Christian nationalism. The title is Christians Explain Why Jesus Was Too Liberal. It is shocking how much that is present in churches like the one I grew up in. Basically,
Jesus was too liberal.
they constantly have to avoid certain things that Jesus talked about because
Oh
it
my
was
God.
pussy shit. You know, it's fucking pathetic.
Oh no. Skeletons attack.
Hemorrhoid King with the unbelievably generous $5.
Hemorrhoid King
We all know
sounds like
Jesus would have
such
been
a
on
painful
estrogen, right?
name.
And as per usual, incredible segment. Thank you so very much for supporting the
True.
show.
Jesus would have done estrogen.
I have my suspicions. I have my suspicions about Jesus. Somniostatic says, Lucy and I were looking into the history of Christianity and Judaism in Africa. It's ridiculously complicated. Oh, yeah, it is. Christianity has been in Africa forever. Again, it predates the slave trade. Now, it is true that there was a lot of...
See, I've been named. Subscribe. Okay, my name has been dropped. It has been dropped so hard that it's been like boom, boom, boom. If you know what I mean. Which, considering my language choices, you might not. But, you know, try to pretend that you know what I mean. Try not to inject your Christian beliefs into government impossible challenge. It's more than no, greater ain't. It's not about injecting Christian beliefs into the government. It's worse, actually. It has nothing to do with belief. Believe it or not. She did. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with beliefs. It's a deal. It's a cold, calculated deal. I'll give you an example of Poland. The Polish government, the far-right government, injects funds, privileges, and many other things to the Catholic Church. That's one side of the deal. That the government just pumps money into the church and many other things. Like one of the most famous priests was just given the green light to start teaching medicine, or later to start a medical degree in his school for 250,000 zlotys, you know. And on the other hand, you have the church side of the deal, and the church agitates its believers and sends them to the polls saying, vote for this party. Okay? So the government supports the church, and in turn the church provides voters. That is the deal. It would be so much better if it would be just the church injecting the beliefs into the government. But no, it's a very cold, calculating, business-like deal between the church and the current government. It's disgusting. Okay?
Indoctrination of
They would replace him. The whole government is far right, and the prime minister is not even the one in charge. Someone else is actually the person in charge. They would just replace him. If that Minecraft scenario, they would replace him in Minecraft with someone new.
Slaves by slave owners into American Christianity. But that's not the be-all end-all. No, history is never that simple, and this history is certainly not that simple either.
True.
Two Guys History says, I feel like the issues you are talking about are all true, Demon Mama, but I think credit where credit is due. Religion, Christian religion, inspired the enslaved to resist, and the sincere belief that chattel slavery was a sin animated abolitionists. The topic of religion in America is very nuanced. You're correct. A lot of abolitionists
I'm
were
also
Christians
correct.
and tried to tackle slavery from
Maybe
a
I'm
Christian lens.
even the
Now, that
most
doesn't mean that
correct.
Christianity doesn't deserve
Bashing.
critique on a deeper level, on a philosophical level, but I think it does.
I
It
am a
should
deep
bring our attention to
philosopher.
the idea that
Even if
Christian
my-
belief in America is not a single flavor. There isn't a single unifying type of Christianity, and that should be kept in mind, and that should be recognized and not just erased.
Right.
A Pillow says, Demon Mama, you hit it entirely on the head with Black Christianity. It's been an extremely important part in the fight for our rights as a group. I will say, though, I think it'd be beneficial to move past it in the modern day, as it's really holding us back in terms of internal queer acceptance. That's interesting, too, because I think that's a big struggle of the modern moment, right? Especially among Christians, is how they're going to interpret the Bible's, sometimes fairly explicit statements on gay and gender non-conforming people. And I don't know. If I'm completely honest, the Bible is not exactly very good on slavery either.
True.
In fact, it's somewhat hypocritical on the issue of slavery. Slavery is explicitly endorsed in some portions of the Bible, despite the fact that some of the stories of the Bible are explicitly about people breaking free from slavery. So it's one of those things where these issues have to be settled and people, it's not even just so much as moving on beyond Christianity. Within the Christian movements, they have to decide where
Let's
they
embrace Judaism with its many genders and gay Abraham. Basically, why would the church need to try wriggling into politics when the government sent them a golden ticket invite? Basically, yeah. Exactly. If I recall correctly, the Trump administration made it so that churches can openly advocate for candidates without losing their tax-exempt status. Don't remember the exact details. So basically, it's establishing the same type of deal, that the church would just send their believers to the polls.
stand on the issues and push for those things.
Yeah.
Like I said, as we've mentioned here, as you mentioned, slavery and civil rights were, black churches said, we know where we stand, and this is what we believe God would want in this time period. And I think the same can be done for queer issues as well. Though I'm not entirely in disagreement. I do think that I'm an atheist at the end of the day. I do think that a lot of times moving beyond the framework of religious belief, of dogma, can help you come to better moral and ethical positions. So, yeah. L. Asmodeus says, do you think it would be effective to encourage Christians to interpret the world in the spirit of Christ rather than through the strict doctrine of the Bible? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. If we can't shake a person's belief in Christ, perhaps we could shake their belief in the absolute infallibility and coherence of Christian texts. Yes. I
guess a little bit complicated with the Torah, which is technically speaking the Old Testament, so
I actually believe that is an incredibly effective tactic, especially because it is very, very easy to show a Christian that the Bible that they pull from is one translation, a translation which had books removed from it, which had words changed, a heavily editorialized version.
Oh yeah, like the example that I always give. They were made man and woman, Adam, which means human, which Adam was basically made non-binary and then divided into two equal sides, man and woman. That's right. And that's a huge mistranslation, because this whole thing got mistranslated into Adam, rib, Eve. Sort of very weird. Very weird.
Biggest things for me growing up as a Christian, when I was a Christian, was getting a study Bible. I got a Bible that had 4 different versions of the Bible in it. So I actually have it downstairs on my bookshelf. And I've showed it off on stream before. When you open it up, there is the New International Version, the King James Version, the Oxford Study Bible, and
Poland had its own translation.
I don't remember the 4th translation, but they're all
The
side by
Uncle
side with
translation.
footnotes. And that Bible allowed me to realize that it almost immediately allowed me to realize that there are many interpretations of the Bible that even translators can't always agree on exactly everything, which encourages people to think for themselves. So yes, L. Asmodeus, I think that that's an incredibly valuable angle, very much so.
It's valuable for
Emo
Christianity,
Anon
but
34 says, I like to think that the belief in the afterlife is a survival instinct, like we've accepted death, but at the same time we haven't. Yeah, I think it is. I think it very much is.
that's true. Death is hard to
A Pillow says, it's low-key kind of funny. My first video was on how black Christianity has been hindering the community in terms of internal acceptance
especially
of
of
queer
loved
people.
ones.
It was beneficial in the
hard to
past for
accept.
sure, but I do think personally that it might be best to develop new community spaces for activism because of that. I believe in that regardless. I think that for Christians and non-Christians alike, we have to, as an entire world, we need to come up with new ways to develop healthier and better community spaces. Because something that I haven't even talked about in this whole thing is the general limitations of hierarchical community space. Churches are hierarchical. Not all churches in the entire world, but most Christian churches are explicitly hierarchical. You are in a place of God, which is overseen by a father or a minister or a pastor, and that isn't the best type of social space, in my opinion. So I think regardless of even
That is actually not exactly the case for synagogues, even though technically speaking you have rabbis, but rabbis don't have quite the hierarchical role of priests and other types of like popes or whatever. In fact, it is said that, which I find very interesting, that during the existence of the temple, the only temple which was destroyed, there was actually a priestly caste too in the in the um, in the rabbis are just hired by the community. Well, not exactly hired, but it's like why did I forget the word? Not a shrine. I'm looking for the different word. Not shrine, but it's not a shrine or a church. Like there was only one and it got destroyed, and whether the priestly caste also ceased to be, not a temple. Temple is the word. And yes, they aren't endowed with more connection to God than anyone else. Like supposedly the priestly class had that connection, but it doesn't exist anymore. And priests apparently in the temple could only be priests if they came from the priestly lineage. And you don't really need a special lineage to. I'm sorry, a phone is calling me. Apologies. My mom is up at 3 a.m. I don't know. But yes, the rabbis are not exactly in this hierarchy. Rabbis are just basically wise people that other people go to ask for advice, if that makes sense. And I keep giving this example in the book of Isaac Bashevis Singer. A Jewish person becomes very religious and locks himself in a little bricked like house that's just one room to pray all day. And people from all over the little town go to him for advice because they see him as this great rabbi that can tell them what to do. And he keeps saying, I'm no rabbi. I am not a rabbi. I don't have any special anything. I just, And then he started accepting people and getting advice from them, as in giving them advice. And he wrote a letter to an actual rabbi living in a big city, explaining the situation. No, the book is The Magician from Lublin. So he sent a letter to a rabbi in the big city, and the rabbi responds with, listen, if people come to you and they ask you for advice, you're a rabbi. So as you can see, it's not some special title that's bestowed with honors and that speaks of some sort of hierarchy. Like the rabbi responded, people think you are wise and ask you for advice. You're a rabbi. So that's, it's very interesting.
Even like broader than this conversation, I think building new community spaces, building new ways of socializing is so important. Oh my God, it's so important. And I don't have all the answers, but you guys know I talk about this all the time. And one of the things I encourage my community to do all the time is to build real social connections with one another. We can't help the fact that, a pandemic happened, that jobs and the economy constantly tries to separate us. We can't help that's a fact. What we can do is we can try to use our brains to come up with new ways to connect with one another in very real ways, and I think that is going to be so powerful. You want to know who did this? The Black Panthers.
Oh.
The Black Panthers was an organization that did an incredible good job with this. Everything from setting up breakfast cafeterias to health clinics.
Is there content after Demon Mama video? Of course. Why wouldn't there be content after Demon Mama video? Do you doubt me? Do you doubt my power? I hope you don't doubt my power. Pretty sure Maimonides' conception of a prophet was also just someone who was extremely learned, educated. Yes. Yeah.
To community libraries.
You're generous
all of
as well.
These were innovations in social connection that ended up being so powerful. I have received healthcare at a Black Panther founded clinic that now it serves an enormous amount of people as a public health clinic, which is amazing. That is such an amazing thing that an act like that can end up having rippling effects that can save people's lives decades into the future.
That's true. Demon Mama is so correct that I have to stress how correct Demon Mama is by saying you are correct, Demon Mama. More correct than you might ever know.
K might be giant says, I don't understand how people who are also atheists can't be empathetic towards people who are still religious or spiritual for their own reasons. If said people aren't trying to infringe or indoctrinate or judge others, I think it's overstepping to try to police those beliefs as they are for obvious reasons. That's a big topic. I did a whole video about anti-theism and I have my thoughts on that. But yeah, I do think people should be more understanding, especially because you don't actually know what someone's political beliefs are just because of their religious beliefs.
That's true.
Like I said, you might meet a Christian who's the most accepting person that you've ever found, who truly believes their reason for being a Christian is because of, brotherly love and whatever, and they might be the most accepting person ever. I think people, I think Fedora Tipper type atheist, the lay Reddit atheist type, need to take a chill pill. I'm not
Like a
saying that they
chopo.
can't have any of their jokes or
Pervert.
whatever, or that they're not right in being mad at aspects of Christianity. God knows there's a lot of aspects of
God
Christianity
knows.
I'm mad at. But they should
Who's the
probably,
atheist now, Demon Mama?
think about things a little
Got
more
him.
and recognize that
God
they're dealing with
knows.
a complicated issue, especially if they're an ex-Christian. Wouldn't it be terrible if for the rest of your life, because you were once, indoctrinated into a religion, that you had to be, I don't know, that had to be a millstone around your neck forever because at one point,
True.
when you were a kid? I don't know. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's a very weird approach, and I think it's hypocritical and cognitively dissonant.
Oh my God, they're
Mithra
rebuilding
with the
the whole.
incredibly generous $10 super chat. My late dad was a C of E, a Church of England vicar, and a communist. He went out of his way to help the helpless, to offer hope, and wasn't scared to confront hierarchies. Based. That is amazing. That is super, super cool. That is very, very based. Vine says, admittedly, I'm extremely atheist at this point, but I do have to admit John Brown was a very big Christian, and his beliefs are what animated him into action to fight back against slavery, believing slavery to be a sin against God. Beliefs are complicated. A-Pillow says, yeah, you hit this topic really great. Thank you, A-Pillow. I really
True.
appreciate that. Thank
I
you so
agree.
much. Arcanon says, I feel like we should be more aggressive towards religious institutions because that is the only way we can make progress. Every step of the way, the church will stand in the way. Even the civil rights movement was hindered by other churches. You can't cherry pick the role of churches in these situations. Christianity will always hinder our liberation. Christianity isn't the church.
That's true.
Christianity is so much bigger than a single church. Churches want you to churches want you to believe that they are the true version of Christianity. But the reality is that Christianity is incredibly varied. Even to the protests of the Catholic Church, even to the protests of mega churches, Christianity is, whether they like it or not, ridiculously varied, and that it takes power away from them to acknowledge that Christianity is varied. It weakens their claim to divine right when you acknowledge that there are believers of all different types, that there are an infinite number of believers. It weakens the hold that these organized, institutionalized, religious groups have over faith, and that's a good thing.
It's amazing.
I don't think you have.
It's great.
That recognizing that Christianity is more complex than a single church, and that there are churches who think about issues different is key. I think it's very valuable, in a lot of ways. So, yeah. There are certain churches that I think will always stand in the way of progress. I think the Catholic Church, being that it is a hyper-hierarchical, hyper-centralized, entrenched institution, will always stand in the way of progress. I don't think an institution of that time, I mean, it's a state in and of itself. The Catholic Church, the centralized Catholic Church is it's a would-be state. It functions as a state. It literally has a capital city. And I oppose that, of course. Emu Anon says, show me the study Bible.
Sometimes
I love
that
looking at
there's
manuscripts.
no
I don't
true
have it in
Scotsman
here. The
stuff,
study
but
Bible is
generally agree.
downstairs, but I'll show it sometime on stream. I've showed it before.
No true giggler.
Oh, hey, Sock Done Left. Good to see you. This short video explains how the King James Version deliberately translated things in a way that would benefit the monarchy. All right, let's hit it. That sounds awesome. That sounds very fitting here. Let's do it.
Let's
the
go.
Bible never calls these 2 stone tablets the 10 Commandments.
Wait, what?
Yeah, in Hebrew, this list of items delivered by God to Moses is called the Azaret HaDevarim, which means the 10 words. This is something that the Greek translators preserved when they called it the Decalogue, the 10 words. Same with the Latin Vulgate, we have the Decem Verba, and even in the 1500s, William Tyndale is still...
Keep in mind that in the Jewish law you have sort of 613 commandments, so to speak, you know?
calling this list the 10 verses, which is much more
Oh.
neutral. Then, all of a sudden, with the King James Version, we have
This is kind of a soft video. Sorry about the low audio levels. I always forget. Is it video? Let's watch. There we go. Okay, now I can turn it up. All right, let's hit this again.
The Bible never calls these two
Sorry
stone
about
tablets the 10 Commandments.
Wait, what?
Yeah, in Hebrew,
What?
this list of items
Oh, thank you,
delivered by
Zoevex.
God to Moses is called the
What?
Azeret HaDevarim, which means the 10 words. This is something that the Greek translators preserved when they called it the Decalogue, the 10
The
words.
Torah.
Same with the Latin Vulgate, we have the Decem Verba, and even in the 1500s, William Tyndale is still calling this list the 10
Because it's
verses,
supposed to
which
be
is much
part of
more
the law for
neutral.
the Jewish
Then,
people.
all of a sudden, with the King James Version, we have
know?
this curious switch to the 10 Commandments. Now, why would a king who's sponsoring a version of the Bible in order to cement his political power be interested in rebranding this list as the 10 Commandments? You'll have to stay tuned for part 2, but
This is so cool. This is such an interesting video. I've been reading a book that is called, it's called Before Religion.
I know this
A
book
History
from
of a
somewhere.
Modern Concept by Brent Nongbree.
I've heard of
And,
this book.
The book Before Religion
I've heard of it.
it explains a ton of examples of this happening, where the concept of religion, basically he makes a case that the way that the word religion and the various words that are now currently mostly in the like
It could be really different.
post-colonial English period, translated as like religion, often refer to ways of life, ways of doing things, as opposed to a distinct like dogma that you subscribe to or are a part of. It's super interesting, and I there's no way I can summarize the whole book in a stream, but it's a super fascinating book, and it talks about all kinds of examples of this type of thing. Yeah, it was recommended to me by President Sunday, and it's been a genuinely fantastic read.
I've heard
so
about
far.
this book before religion.
Oh, cool. This is interesting. All right, let's hear this one. This guy's got cool videos. Here we go. Let's watch this. Let's
I
watch this
have
one
one
real quick.
there,
He's got
yeah.
another short.
You've probably heard that Eve was formed from one of Adam's ribs. But the
Oh,
reason behind that translation
I've already told you about this mistranslation today on stream. That it's aspect, side, and that Adam was created both man and woman.
choice might be misogyny. Wait, what? Yeah, in the Bible, there's actually a proper anatomic word for a rib bone. It's the Aramaic Allah, and we see it in places like Daniel, where
I did not pre-watch. I just happened to know this.
a bear has 3 rib bones in his mouth. But in Genesis, when Eve is being formed, it says that God took a selah from Adam. And this word is never translated as rib anywhere else in the
Thank you,
Bible. In
A-Pillow.
all 40 other instances, it's either translated as half or side. Like
Correct. Side. Sa. Salov? Wait. What's that? Salov. Wait, what's the proper...
in Exodus 37, the Ark of the Covenant has 2
Wow.
separate sides, or the
Do you see? This type of stuff is the type of stuff that would have like hit really, really, really hard for me when I was a Christian. And it did. I never even knew this one, but this type of stuff.
I knew this for a long time. Listen, as a studier of the Torah, I have to. Well, on one hand, Christian priests contributed a lot writing, art, and even foods, but on the other hand, Christians tended to erase new cultures and force the Bible.
Stuff was fascinating to me when I was a Christian, and I would have eaten this type of stuff up.
2 sides on the split door that leads into Solomon's temple. But, you know, if you're interested in promoting a worldview in which women are subordinate to men, it doesn't really help you to have an origin story where Eve comes from an equal part of Adam, you kind of like the vibe of Eve coming from this tiny, insignificant rib. And so...
Oh no, why'd it cut off? Oh.
I'm
Does
gonna
he have
write
a
a
second one?
DM
Where's
to
the-
Demo Mama.
Where's
I'm gonna write. I'm gonna write. That is there we go. There we
the
go.
second part?
I've sent
why
the.
did it- Where's the part 2? It loops, but also it just cut in the middle of a sentence.
That's not
Oh,
good.
Whatever. We got the idea. We got the core idea.
Oh, so it's not gonna be okay.
Oh. Oh, I see. So when you... Hold on.
Folks,
Whoa, that's a
you've
Sam
probably
Cedar.
heard that Eve was formed.
What a nightmare, Sam
Yeah.
Cedar.
And so-
Whoa, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. Heard the interpretation that the rib story was originated from some old myth about a goddess of a forbidden garden. Wow.
And so...
You've probably heard that Eve...
Oh, and so you've probably heard. Oh, okay, all right. That's kind of creative. Yeah, it played to a. It went to a Sam Cedar short after that.
What a nightmare. It's called Judaism,
Legate
Mama.
Lanius Jr.
Well-
says, "Do you think leftists avoid criticizing Islam to this degree in fear of being branded a racist? Now Christians and Muslims are uniting. How did anyone not see that coming?" No, I don't think. I don't think that that's. No, I don't believe that. I think that's a misdiagnosis, and I'll explain why real quick. I think the reason why a lot of leftists don't spend a whole lot of time criticizing Islam is because, first of all, Islam is not a meaningful political faction in America. And I this is for American leftists, obviously, English-speaking leftists. Islamic belief is a remarkably small portion of people in this country.
True.
So
Multiple.
I don't think that leftists spend
This is actually very important what you're saying, Sashi. The rib thing is in the Targum on Kailas, but Jewish people don't just have one explanation for things. Multiple explanations are valid, which is why it's not dogma, you know? There are many discussions, arguments even, about the nature of the text, so it's not treated as dogma to just taken.
a lot of time
It's
criticizing
a very
Islam.
important aspect.
Because because you're basically just you're
Yeah.
you're fixating on a group that is not
Like,
particular.
discussion is encouraged. Learning is discouraged. There's a reason why a Hebrew religious text consists of a small box, which is the text, and a huge text around it, which is the commentary. That's a very
like not a
interesting
major
aspect.
like threat or anything like that, like you know, like extremist Muslim behavior is not widespread in the United States, so why would people talk about it that much? And secondly, the other reason why leftists don't is not because they're afraid of being racist, but because they're just not racist. If you'll notice,
True.
the people who fixate on extremist Islam, it's
Right.
right-wingers because they're racist and they want to make Muslims seem like the giant threat so they can
Like I keep giving this one example of the Shabbat dinner when the rabbi said that some rabbis say that love your neighbor as you love yourself makes no sense because you simply cannot love someone else as you love yourself. So this thing is weak, and that the other rabbis will say that if we treat humanity as smaller parts of a bigger whole, then it suddenly makes sense how you could love thy neighbor as you love yourself, and suddenly what is being said in the text makes a lot more sense, and it's much more easier to conceptualize as something that is even possible to follow, you know?
justify a forever war. The war hawks are
Interesting.
all about doing this thing. They want to stoke fear in the other. So lefties are just like, why would I do that? So every time this comes up, I always just go, I don't know. I see lefties willing to talk about,
As you can see,
you
there's a
know,
discussion.
extremist
There's a
aspects
discussion.
of Islam all the time. In fact, I mean, I just by all the time, I mean relative to how much Muslim extremism there is in the United States and Canada.
But keep in mind, the text isn't love someone more than yourself. It is love your neighbor as you love yourself. It's not about loving someone more who is like your, like, it's not a mother sacrificing herself so their child will live, you know? The text explicitly says to love a stranger as you love yourself. Okay? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Which is also, yeah, which was also theorized to actually have been about not hating other tribes, you know? To love other tribes people just as you love yourself. And some rabbis say that it's simply impossible to just love someone out there as you love yourself. And some people say we all are a part of a bigger whole, and it is therefore possible. You know? We are all part of a bigger whole, therefore it is possible. I mean, your point of view is one of points of view, and I think it's like, it just shows that it's a discussion, right? That it's not just something that it's not supposed to be just something that you take in and blindly follow. That's the whole thing. Perhaps I could. A stranger. I probably, maybe could. I did sacrifice myself in the past in some ways for strangers. Which is why I was, as a young teen, I was given the nickname of as the Saint as a teenager. But that's a story for another time. In my opinion, we mortals are better than gods because we can accept death. Well, I would argue we don't really have a choice. We cannot. We don't really accept death because it will just happen. You know, we can come to terms with it, but we cannot reject death. That's not an option. We cannot accept or reject it. There is no way to reject death that exists, at least, I think. Oh, you're curious about this story? Like, I'm pretty afraid of death. I'm afraid of the idea of not feeling anything, of nothingness, of nothingness. The idea of nothingness makes me pretty scared.
Etc. There just isn't that much of it here. Lefties are still, like all the lefties I watch at least, are more than willing to denounce or talk about or critique aspects of Islam that are harmful. Yeah, so I think that's a misdiagnosis. I don't think it's a matter of people being afraid. I think they just aren't.
Are you afraid of before you were born? No, because I'm not about to sort of go back. I mean, in a way I am, because death is going back to the state before you were born. So I guess in a way, yeah. If you were to treat death as going back to the state before you were born, then I guess, yeah, sort of, in a way, I guess.
Racists, first of all, or at least aren't as racist as the right, and also that it's not as big of an issue here, whereas Christianity is still
right now,
by far and away the dominant religion. Yeah. But I know some people interpret it as like, I don't know, you're afraid to be racist, but I don't think it's that. I really don't. Yeah.
A Niger streamer would have said, because I'm not afraid to be racist at all. Got 'em.
There's actually, Felsen Forma says, Demon Mama, there's a discussion in post-Hellenization Jewish texts about how Adam was an androgynous, having both male and female organs,
and
which changes your perception of God as well, since obviously Adam was built in the image of God. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, right? People, it's really funny. I saw, like, there was some... I was making fun. I did a segment making fun of conservative Christians really recently, and which some of you...
The amount of scholarship and study on that one verse is overwhelming, which is a nice thing.
You probably enjoyed, where I was talking about this lady who was like freaking out about
non-binary. I've been under anesthetic, so I know the thing.
People.
It wasn't so bad because you are now here to know that it wasn't so bad, but... do you know what I mean?
She was just like, you know, God made man and woman.
It's not so bad if it's like a thing that happens for a bit and then you can go back to existing. But if it's forever, then it terrifies me. You know? The idea of being, it's a little bit different being turned off for a little while and then you're back on and just not existing forever.
Woman in his image. I'm like, well, hold on a second.
Whatever that means, because I mean, they say nothing lasts forever, which logically should mean that death also can't last forever.
Think about that for a second. If God made man and woman in his image, why are you saying his, first of all? And secondly, does that not imply that God contains both male and female? That God does not exist on a binary?
You're not making me any less afraid.
Like, the non-binary exists in your worldview. You just can't acknowledge it. Yeah. It was very, again, and I was joking because I always joke about how, Christian
I guess it's
conservatives are the
irrelevant.
dumbest
It'll
of the
happen
Christians.
either way.
Christian conservatives refuse to actually engage
So me being
with their
afraid is
own
not even
religion
relevant.
and their own beliefs to a full extent. They're like they're the most they can't actually enjoy the Bible to the fullest. They can't learn the most that they can because
I used to be
they
also
have their
afraid of flying.
prejudices come first. So they ignore the full depths of the Bible in lieu of feeling safe and warm in their shitty worldview.
Oh my gosh. Although that's true.
Lauren X. Pandamus says, what do you think about Putin's weaponization of Orthodox Christianity against queer people and painting queer people as Western imperialism? Oh, I mean, that's just fascist. I mean, arguably that's closer to Nazi behavior. It's finding, you exploit a dominant belief system and you weaponize it against a minority that you frame as invaders. You know, oh, the queer ideology is a sinister
void
force
calls
that's
me.
degenerating the youth. It's a tale as old as time. The Nazis did literally the exact same thing. Instead of calling it Western, they called it Jewish degeneracy.
Oh
and
my
they
gosh.
literally did the same thing. They appealed to the Christianity of Germany. And fixated on stoking queer hatred, and then said that queer people were the results of Jewish degeneracy. Same exact
Of course.
thing. It's wild.
Of course. It always goes back. All roads lead
All right,
to
it looks like we've
anti-Semitism.
more or less reached the. I think we've more or less reached the extent of this topic. Thank you all for listening to me. Please make sure you
I love listening to you.
subscribe and leave a like on the video. Much love to all of you.
I will
Keep
leave-
on listening for the signal.
Oh gosh. I will leave a like under this. Wait. I already liked. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I already liked. Have a near death? I don't think I have a near death. I have a near dying story, but not a near death story. That's a story for another day as well, I suppose. It's a short story. Oh. Yeah. If you want stories, you have to donate. Well, I almost fell from the 10th floor, which would be dying. I assume I would have died. That's right. Donate, because this month has been very slow financially, which makes me anxious. I need money to do surgery on my huge jaw. I need facial feminization surgery, it seems. This is my huge jaw. Even though my jaw is not that much wider than my mom's, who's a cis woman, but whatever. Whatever. My facial structure is actually pretty similar to my mom's. Ready. I'm gonna make the game a bit louder.
Having fortified your position on the Hellfire Peninsula, where the portal is located, the time has come to establish a fleet to attack the surrounding clans. The Orcish shipyards of Zethkor lie nearby, and for our plans to progress, you must destroy them and the ships of war that are stationed there. While the Horde has been stunned by the ferocity of your attack, our presence here has driven the clans to new heights of fury. You will be unable to maintain this foothold for long against their numbers, so your victories must be daring and swift.
What? Oh, thank you for the $5. Tell me the secret classified stories. Then you're dying, and they say a person from that. Oh. No. I didn't save a person from dying. I almost died. And I sacrificed myself for someone, but it wasn't such a huge sacrifice. It wasn't the sacrifice of saving someone's life. It was a sacrifice for it was a different sort of sacrifice. So the almost dying is that basically, the Japanese bow, right? Let me see. The full Japanese bow, right? There we go. Shazai apology. I'm gonna show you. The greeting bow is not that deep. The apology one is deeper. So this one, okay? This one. So this one. When I was really little, maybe 9, 8, maybe even 7. Also, thank you, Greater Rain. You did an angry fake Alekal Parker emote, Parkery. So when I was very little, I stood in the window of our apartment, which was on the 10th floor, and I did this bow. I did this full 90 degrees Shazai apology bow with my eyes open looking at the pavement below. And as I was doing the bow, as I was in this position, my eyes open and looking down, I lost my balance. I lost my balance as I was in this bowed position. And by some quirk of, I don't know what, I happened to regain my balance while being in this. And slowly after regaining my balance, I slowly straightened up and just stepped away from the window. And to add weirdness to this little trivia, never before, I was always very bad at regaining my balance, so never before did I regain my balance from a position like that, and never after. It was the only time that I did regain my balance. It was when I was it was when it would have costed me my life. When I was like inches from just falling 10 floors down the building. So there we have it. That was my intense, almost dying experience. What do you think? Falling from the 10th floor. I don't think I would have lived. I think I would have most certainly died. The adrenaline kicked. Well, thank God it did, because you would not be watching this stream right now. As for the sacrifice, because this story was so short that you sort of, I guess, deserve the second story. There was this. It was during a trip, a 3 or 2 week trip, a colony thing. I don't know, not colony. God, what? I don't know how those trips are called. The greens, no. It was an organized trip somewhere. When we stayed in those little houses. And there was a boy that started telling me that like he's bullied by much older kids, that he can't take it anymore, and that he doesn't know what to do, and that he would do anything to move out of the house that he was in, but nobody wants to listen to him. And so I took upon myself to tell like the teachers or the, I don't know, camp counselors that the kid should not be away from bullying, and I am willing to share my own bed, etc. And they agreed. So I shared my bed, and then the kid started bullying me. So I sort of left my bed and just sat in the corridor. And it was all very strange. And that is basically is the story. I think that story was why I've gained my saint status. But for the story of how I was like nicknamed the saint, I will have to see another donation. But I hope the stories were worth the thingy. Wait.
Having fortified your position on the Hellfire Peninsula, where the portal is located, the time has come to establish a fleet to attack the surrounding clans. The Orcish ship.
I remember now. There are more stories. There is the story of how I was called the Saint.
At your service,
You like stories? Nothing's free. Listen, I'm asking nicely, please support your favorite streamer.
Yes, my lord.
I need your help.
Lord.
I need your help to survive.
Yes, at once, sire.
I still need to fulfill Fatalical Parker's,
At once, sire.
what's the word? Commission. That's the word.
Lord.
An animation commission. It's been long overdue, so I have to do it.
My lord.
I promise I will do it this week. I promise to you, the audience, that I will fulfill the commission this week.
My lord.
Bro.
Yes, sire.
Under attack!
At your service, sire. My lord. Yes. As you wish.
Thank you, Maya Mayor, for $27. They said story time, Mother Ducky. Okay. So I think it was the same trip when one day I was swinging on a swing. I think it might have been a different trip. And there was this camp canceller. I'm gonna call people in charge of the thing taking care of us camp cancelers, even though it just makes me think of Friday the 13th, I guess. But anyway, there was this camp canceller who made this magnificent staff with a very detailed thing on top from wood with the knife, like sculpted a very impressive thing, a very impressive like staff with a thing on top. And it was announced that the kid who would sort of do the best deeds or something, that like sort of do something incredible would get it at the end of the trip, that staff. And there was this one kid that organized everybody, that was basically like the boss, the leader, and everybody looked up to that kid, and it was sort of guaranteed that the kid would get the thing. But I overheard once, like, went on the swing quietly by myself, two kids talking. Like one of them said, "So who's gonna get the thing, do you think?" And the one kid said, "Well, it's gonna be the leader kid for sure, like 100%. He should get it." And the other kid say, "You know, maybe Lucy should get it." I'm using Lucy, so that you know who they're talking about, and so that, we're retroactively changing my name. So maybe Lucy should get it. And the other kid is like, "Lucy? Why? Why Lucy?" And the first kid is like, well, technically speaking, the second kid was like, "Well, Lucy's not exactly like the leader, boss type that organizes everybody, like the kid, like that other kid, But Lucy's the type of person that will just help someone even if it hurts her personally. It's like a saint, And the other kid was, "Oh yeah." And so that is how I've overheard being nicknamed as a saint, because I will help others at my own detriment. And that is the end of the story. I sincerely hope it was not disappointing, and that it has worked for the $27. Yes. Like that. Like that. Or like inviting that kid that would bully me, that would end up bullying me. No, I did not get the staff. The leader kid did, but nonetheless, some kids considered that I was a worthy contendant, which I didn't even think anyone thought, to be honest. I was considered a worthy contendant for the thing, and called a saint, which is interesting. Which I actually have more of a story, a long-term story, a longer story but I'm gonna save the story for next time, because it seems like you like the stories maybe, and I could save some for the future. It seems that stories have a certain amount of popularity, I hope. I hope I've told them in a nice way that, you know, people like. But yes, basically that is how it is. This week, I promise to fulfill the fake Alec Kyle Parker commission. Fake Alec Kyle Parker is still here, right? Hopefully. Maybe. Maybe he didn't hear me promise. Maybe fake Alec Kyle Parker was not here for my promise to do the commission. Who knows? Let me consult my Oh. Okay, I have an idea for tomorrow. We've been streaming for 5 hours over. Let's stream some more. Let me check. Okay. Let's move on to the next topic. I think for now that's it. So there are 2 things that we can do. I think we're gonna close up today's stream with a game. What game? I'm gonna close it up with the Record of Lodoss War. That's okay, right? I'm gonna play it for like... One time when I was little, we visited my paternal grandparents' house for Christmas. And they had a glass bowl of mixed nuts in the shells. And they left me in the room for a minute and came back and I ate all the contents and they were not happy about it. But the last one I ate was rotten, so I guess I got some karma there. But it was so disgusting and rotten, I still remember it. I hope you didn't throw up all the nuts. That would have been sad. I hope the karma wasn't not that intense, you know? Baby diaper poo. I have no idea how that would taste. Is the game visible? The game is not visible because the run window is selected. I didn't get sick, but my mouth was gross the whole day no matter what I drank. You should have used the mouthwash. So it was just a dream. What strange dream. Alright, I need to hurry. Well, how? How do I control the spirit of fire? How do you... Oh, wait. Oh, and now I get it. You just can't harm it at all. Okay. Now I get it. And yes, once I tell you, you will not be able to unsee it, but I have to tell you. She has the same animation cycle as Alucard from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. She has the same animation, walk animation. Let's hear this story. One time my family traveled north to visit an extended family. It was winter, and since we grew up in the south and didn't see any snow, my brother and I were outside goofing off. We were throwing snow at a frozen Oracle lake in the neighborhood to crack the ice. At one point, my brother sit down the steep slope to the water. He kept inching closer to the ice water, and I managed to get him away from the water. I knew I recognized it from somewhere. We were alone, so if I slid into the water as well as him, we probably would have been frozen. Wow, that's true. It's very dangerous. You did well. You saved your brother and yourself, in a way. Very nice. You should be proud of your deed. I think you should be proud. Level 3. What are these things? Oh, you can level your... Oh! You can level your spirits. I get it. Press Y and hold your bow and release the button to shoot MPs required shot arrows. Move left to right while holding. What a cool mechanic, huh? That's a mechanic that is original for this game, not lifted from Symphony of the Night. So that's nice. Damn. Look at this. Well, I guess the time I almost drowned was younger than that time. Maybe then, I'm not sure. I was doing laps in the prior mentioned grandparents' pool, trying to see if I could make it to the end without coming up for air. Well, I did it so much I wore myself out and couldn't make it across anymore. Except I hadn't noticed that it's kind of a big issue if someone is floating in the middle of a giant waterbed thing. So I ran out of air halfway and couldn't breathe. You stop moving when you panic, trust. So I almost fainted before I reached the other side. I was so delirious and angry at my brother that I held him under. What? You hold what? That's super dangerous. You could... Wait, what? I'm not sure how it connects to your brother, actually. Why did you call... what? On the bed. Damn. Oh. So you almost drowned him? Am I understanding this correctly? Wow, this is a good mechanic. Nice, we did it. Got him. I mean, that wasn't my intent. I was just angry and thought, well, oh, thank you, jerk. But it obviously wasn't good. He was fine till the end, etc., etc. That's good to hear. No, that's not a good weapon. That's good to hear. Such devastation was not my intention. Oh! I did not realize you could do this. This changes so much. Okay, that changes a lot. Let's go. True. You kept him safe. How interesting. I died. Well, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. All right. Spirit magic. Will-o-wisp. So this is spirit of light. Home from work, pretty animation and pixel art. This is the record of Lodoss War. Slain! So this is where you were. You seem troubled. Just where am I? It feels familiar, but I don't know where it is. Do you really want to know the answer? Take one step back and look closely, and it will make itself apparent. Return where you belong. Where I belong? You of all people should know this. Now I shall take my leave. Oh. Slain. Just what are you trying to say? That is annoying indeed. I've had this problem before. I've had this problem happen to me. And yes, this game assumes that you already know all the characters from Record of Lodoss War. This game assumes you have knowledge of Record of Lodoss War. My wheeling instructor used to have the wildest stories. And yes, by the way, sad things have happened today on stream. Sad things happened today, Arkael. You would not believe. You would be shocked to learn what sad things have happened today, you know? I've been told that men have more womanly voice than me. I died. I've been told that men have more womanly voices than me, and I have a big jaw. It's true. I've been told those things today. Oh wow. Transphobe, that's right. Transphobia. Although saying that men have more womanly voices seems like a weird type of transphobia. Sad. Sad things, Giggler. I cannot go further. So you see? Hello, Lissy Chat. And chat, what game are we playing tonight? Record of Lodoss War. It's copy virtue signal type of transphobia, like Ben Shapiro correcting himself to misgender someone after coincidentally using the correct pronouns. Gim, you're alive? I'm so glad to see you. If adventure is what you seek, I will entrust to you the seed. What do you mean? If adventure is what you seek. Whoa. I guess. Also, Arkael, we're gonna have a debate on Sunday, so you should hype it up everywhere. It's gonna be a I'm not gonna be the one debating. I'm gonna host a debate about India, about the ruler of India, the current person in charge of India. Are you excited? Excellent. We're doing it. So as you can see, Arkael, we have a lot on our plate. Not yet. I have not seen it yet. But I will. Is it good? It's really good, in my opinion. Oh, wow. I've heard this from many people, actually. I've heard this opinion from quite a few people. I should watch it, maybe. Jeweled bow. Oda says he can't imagine anyone else playing Luffy. Interesting. But Luffy. It is good that Oda is super involved in the project, by the way. That is probably why it's good. About to die. Ah. Aye aye, Captain. Okay, we're gonna save the game. Oh yeah, we didn't die. How do you heal? With potions that I don't have. And at save points. So, 2 ways. Oh, someone jerked me. I don't think enemies drop health in this game. You probably also heal when you level up, I suspect. Would have been too easy if they did. Wait. Oh my god. I'm immune to those attacks. Wait. Tomorrow, or rather today. Why? I adore ADH plot and fluid animation like this is more recent games. It's like the jump between Super Castlevania Symphony of the Night and another jump from that to this in terms of fidelity. Fun you should say this, Arkael. Look at this walk cycle and realize that it's just Alucard's walk cycle. Okay? It's identical. It's identical to Alucard's walk cycle. Well, young people like boomer games. Young people seem to like boomer games. Hello! Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Were you here when I did my promise for today? Were you here when I did my promise to you? I've made my promise to you. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Oh. I shared some before, but they're... Oh, well, that's a story. Fake Alec Kyle Parker did not register my promise to him. Level 3. I know about Record of Lodoss War because a music YouTube channel like sample one of the endings for remix. Oh. Wait, didn't you say you were shy and asocial or something? I knew you were not being truthful. I knew you were the heart of the party. I always suspected. True. You have braveness inside of you. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Listen. This week you're gonna get the animation that you've commissioned. Once again I repeat the promise to you. Fake it till you make it. Well, I was worse than with my crush. I had such a crippling anxiety that I just lingered in their vicinity like a creep. Damn. You can do it. That's right, you can. This is Record of Lodoss War. It's a game for the fantasy anime that I recommended to you. Remember? You said that it looked very good. Record of Lodoss War. There's an anime and there's also a game. This elven character is in the anime. Uh-oh. Look at this. Amazing. What are elves like in this series? Basically, like, they can summon elemental spirits and are friends with nature. That's why I can use the power of the elemental of wind and fire. Xenosaga. There was no anime of Xenogears, unfortunately. I changed the element too late. There we go. This game's original mechanic is being able to use the bow to bounce your arrows. Oh yeah, and elves can use magic, of course. That's actually a good idea. Level 3. That's funny. Boss fight. Abram, wanderer of the labyrinth, you shall realize your own foolishness. Foolishness? What is? The I died. Yeah, some done similar brain fart moment where I just walk into doors or walls. Xenosaga. It's not as good as Xenogears, but it's good. I would say Xenosaga is good. Looking back, I think it's good. It just wasn't as good as Xenogears. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am performing horribly. Oh, it's dead. Actually, I'm pretty sure the first Xenosaga game was not released either in the US or in Europe. And there was only the second Xenosaga game which had a recap of the first game. So either in the US or in Europe, the first Xenosaga was not released actually. Pearl Crystal Ball, what is his first unknown? I mean, like, I remember hearing from someone they only released Xenosaga 2 in Europe, but not in the rest. Okay, so it was... the first game was not released in Europe, I guess. I know 100% that the first game was not released in somewhere. Oh my gosh. We almost died. What the? Okay, that means it was not released in Europe. By the rule of elimination. That must mean... What must look funny? This is very inspired by Symphony of the Night, as you can see. Oh my god. So many Transformers. I am jealous. There we go. sadly true. I like the art in this game, right? It's nice. Also, this is how the character in our, this is my character in our Warhammer sessions. Yes. I use the artwork of this character as to describe how my character in Warhammer looks. Like Warhammer fantasy roleplay, so before the Age of Sigmar. The Warhammer fantasy world before the Age of Sigmar. See you, Maya Mayor. Oh, Maya Mayor. Oh, I know where to go now. Oh. True, same. We have to hype it up. Also, it's my house, not your house, technically speaking. I cannot shoot directly up. It's impossible. Oh, that was easier than I thought. Sliding. The people's house. It's our house, comrade. The people's house. That's true. I don't think you even can shoot straight up. Let's save the people's house. So Thursdays, my house. Sunday is the debate. What else have we got on our beautiful timeline? Let's see if someone's subscribed. Not Brooks. Sup, Lucy? Just stopping by to like and say hi. Hello, Not Brooks. Not Brooks. Something horrible has happened today to me. You will not believe what awful things people said. What do you mean, hey Brooks? This is not Brooks. No. I was told that men have more girly voices than me, and that I have a big jaw by some person. Well, two people. Different people. Two different people. Saturday is VidCon with Vouch, Destiny, and oh my god. Hello, DexMex. I was told the things that I just said that were I was told. The issues arises that as you grow, you will get more haters. Yes. Also, what happened on President Sunday's stream? Shinny? Oh. Thank you, Greater Rain. I get some positive reinforcement. But all other things have been pretty well. Also, I'm preparing a series of video essays about... Have you heard of the paragraph 175? Not Brooks, have you heard of the paragraph 175? In fact, how many of you have heard of the paragraph 175? Yes, thank you very much for the donations. Yes, I am going to deep dive in, not on, I mean I can talk about it on stream, but I want to do video essays about it. I already did like a video essay announcement of it. The infamous paragraph 175, which was established in the German Empire. Maya Mayor is very generous. So I'm gonna deep dive the history of it, the repercussions of it. Good, it's a perfect example of the, oh, we don't need to repeal the law. It couldn't do awful things. Yeah. It's basically, what's the title of the video that I've uploaded? 39-second... I've uploaded a 39-second, literally 39-second announcement. It's called Anti-LGBT Justice Prelude. And it's basically on how law is weaponized to turn people into, well, you know, undesirables that can be treated as disposable, killable. And what's even worse, yes, it was not a bus, apart from the jaw thing. But what's also important is that to this day, in Poland, the LGBT victims of the Nazis are being not talked about. There's a wall of silence about LGBT victims of the Nazi regime. And many people say that is because we don't have sources, but we have plenty of sources. In fact, I might do two things for the essays. Or for either essays or even segments, which is I can go to the archives and actually dig up specific stories of people who were targeted by the paragraph 175 during the war. And I can try to invite to the stream or to have an interview with the author of the book, them. Because I'm reading a book, a Polish book about the LGBT during World War II and how nobody talks about their stories. And it seems like the author is just 1 year older than me. So I might actually be able to contact the author and get like an interview about the book. There's a really telling beginning of the book is really telling because she writes that she went to a place of memory about the victims of the Holocaust, and someone asked, so what are those people with the pink triangles? Why are they not commemorated? And the person, the sort of guide to the place of memory, said, well, there were not many of them. They were mostly Germans, and because they predated on other prisoners, they're not really commemorated. In fact, because a lot of them were predators, we hardly would call them victims. And it set the stage for the author to go on a whole thing to uncover the voices of those who are not heard. The LGBT people who were victims of the Nazis, who are just ignored, in Poland especially. There are so many stories, so many documents that are just ignored. For example, there was a drag queen in Poland and you can find this on archival films apparently, according to the author of the book. The drag queen fought the Nazis in full drag with a machine gun and drag. And stories like this are just forgotten, ignored. Yeah. Oh gosh. I don't have the book here. I have the book with in my mom's. I have the book in my mom's. I have the book at my mom's, but I will write down to. I will check and I will tell you next time, okay? Because I have no way of checking it right now. I have the book at my mom's. The book is called Them, by the way. I will keep my promise. It's a really good book, an extremely good book. It is Polish. The book is Polish, yeah. And the drag queen in question was Polish as well. It was in Poland. Actually, unironically, the books in this room are actually a small fraction of all the books in this place. Which is wild to think about. Because basically, this house has like 3 generations of book collections of my father, my grandfather, and some other people. And my father also was friends with a bookstore owner who wanted to get rid of all the books, and he would just say, come to the magazine, I'll give you tons of books for free. And we would just go and we would just take books in droves because the owner of the bookstore just wanted to get rid of some stock of books. I was wanting to do something in film format that would be good answer to shit today, but a true story of how drag queen story our killed Nazis is basically amazing. Yeah, isn't it? Like, it's really cool. It really is really cool. And there was also a story of there are all sorts of LGBT stories in that book. There's a story of a man that was taken to a hospital after the war into the emergency room, and when they started to undress the man, the doctors saw that the man had a woman's figure, you know, and that undressed man had a contraption in the crotch that allowed to pee standing, you know? So it was basically a trans man. And what I really appreciate is that the author of the book continues to gender the person correctly throughout describing the person, which is very interesting. And I would also like to report, because I told you about my meeting about the Polish participation in the Holocaust, right? Not Brooks might have not been when I was talking about the meeting about the Polish participation in the Holocaust, but there was also a fully out trans woman in that meeting, and I was, oh, really? Oh my god. I didn't think that you had watched me a lot. So what do you think of the streams? Give you feedback. Give some feedback. But I was really happy to see that everybody in real life gendered the trans woman correctly, you know? Nobody misgendered, even once. Not even by mistake, nobody misgendered at all. No misgendering happened even once. But I don't want streams, so that's a lot. Maybe not a lot, once a week maybe. So what is your... How do you feel about my streams? What is your feedback? Sugar and milk in my tea. Thank you so much as always. I will do my best. Well, okay, I promised already. I will fulfill the commission. Your voice is calming and easy to listen to. It doesn't anger me like Sunday. Oh my gosh. Now I need to read more and be knowledgeable like President Sunday. Although there are topics that I do have some amount of knowledge on. Mostly historical ones. But I want to learn more about political topics as well, which is why I have this book by Seymour Martin called Homo Politicus. It's about politics. Also, I've got this book called German Does Not Bite, as in the language, it does not bite. So I'm gonna read the Homo Politicus and I'm going to be become efficient in political science. I'm going to become the Homo Politicus. You know? Also, you level up your spirit level by hitting meat, which is funny. Listen to this. Level 3. Hello, Greater Rain. So I've got a few things planned. Oh! Not Brooks. Have you been here? Okay, if you listen to the stream from time to time, have you seen, well, it was a cooperation. Have you seen me go over a study about, okay, where do I begin with this? Do you know this myth that a lot of children desist from being trans? We covered a study that basically posits that it's irrelevant, that the desistance levels are irrelevant clinically, and that we should not be even, you know, that we shouldn't be fooled by this smoke and mirrors. Somiostatic read this study. Of course it's irrelevant. It's like kids who turn out not to be ADHD or anything else. Yeah. And it's a really nice, like, when it becomes a segment, I really recommend watching it, because it really uncovers the dishonesty of those who push for corrective therapy because of the desistance levels. It was a really nice study. We really delved into Jess Single and that other hack, Zucker, and the clinic. Also nice. My best friend became a father of twins just now. My best friend, whom I've known for 20 years, became a father of 2 boys, twins. These poor people. But yeah, we did a whole thing, and we will continue. 1 is a lot, 2 is a lot. 1 is enough, 2 is a lot. Well, it's twins. They were both born basically at the same time, so. But, I'm gonna do a whole thing about not just why the study on desistance is irrelevant, but we're gonna talk about why the corrective method is horrible in its own right. Like, I'm gonna read some of the notes again that I took while writing about this whole thing. To Owen Anderson and other former gender identity clinic clinicians, such limit setting goes back to the topic of rigidity and self-reinforcing behavior. Because the logic is that if you just let a child think they're a girl, it will just self-reinforce. And my note is, isn't all behavior self-reinforcing following that logic? Which of course it is, but the thing is that according to gender identity clinicians, not being trans is normal and being trans is abnormal. And since according to them, little children are malleable, you should steer them towards normalcy and steer them away from abnormalcy. And it's pretty like illustrated in this quote. If a little kid decides that since he's gentle and enjoys playing with dolls, he must be a girl, and then his parents allow him to only dress like a girl and exclusively play with other girls, that identity is going to reinforce itself. You know? So pathologizing transness, being trans is bad, while being cis is good. And the next one, limits helped prevent this rigidity from setting in, went the thinking. So in other words, limiting a child's options of expression in their mind prevents rigidity from setting in. It's a whole thing. We're gonna do a whole big segment on it. From what I understand, President Sunday is preparing a thing on non-binary identities, which is great, because there seems to be a weird thing going on in the trans community when it comes to the non-binary identities. There's a lot of weird misconception. Parn. A dark elf. What a surprise to think that there are others. I'm the one who's surprised. You must be Pyrotes, right? Don't you call me by that name. If you're just a test for me, then I'll have to eliminate you. Wait, I don't want to fight you. Even if you have no reason to fight me, I have a reason to fight you. My oldest has a journey of identity that's I'm trying to fully grasp. Oh, you have COVID. I hope you recover soon. I'm not enjoying the fight so far. I'm losing. I won. Wait, what do you want me to elaborate on? Gah. So strong. But I've gotten what I needed. That's... We shall meet again. Oh, okay. So the weird opinions in the trans community are that if you could, for example, if you're not transitioning, that you're not trans, that non-binary people are not real trans people, quote unquote, they're just trenders or whatever. That basically mainly stuff like that. That those are weird opinions by some people in the community, okay? At least I find those opinions to be strange. That there's the idea that there's a certain threshold that you need to meet to be accepted as in your identity, you know? Which I just reject completely, you know? I reject that some threshold has to be met for a person's identity to be accepted, you know? If that makes sense. I can financially afford to transition in the way I want. So I guess for transmedicalists, I am a liar. That is what they would say. But, and that is the key thing in this whole thing. Being trans is a matter of identity. So it's not a matter of meeting some external criteria. It's a matter of what is best for you. What is best for you to feel like you're living you as, you know, as your best self, I guess, for the lack of a better term, you know? No one can just invalidate your own identity. That is nonsensical. You are what you claim to be. And people who say otherwise are misguided at best, bigots at worst. There we go. Woodchuck. Hey, dude. Have you escaped? Where is this place? Well, this is like a gambling den. Gambling is the best way to quickly jump up military funds. Gambling, you'll never learn, do you? You won't regret trying it. If you ever feel like gambling, let me know anytime. Oh my god. Oh my god, the gambling. Does Poland have that medical option? You said people were damaging imports of mere hormone. Yes. Well, injections. But I can just get my pills at the pharmacy. So I take pills. But I would have to go to the Czech Republic to get shots. But I take pills. You know? So I'm on the pill HRT. I died. Unless the environment seems pretty hostile, so I wasn't sure if medical establishments were even allowed to offer transition operations. They are. Yeah, they are. It's a complicated process, but they are. Oh my god. I guess we will finish up for today. We've been streaming for 7 hours. Isn't that incredible? I think it's pretty cool that we streamed for 7 hours. Okay, so as always, thank you for coming. I'm gonna write love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Well, we're gonna see each other hopefully today. Love and solidarity. And good night. Good night, good night. Thank you, Giggler. I press on stream.